You know, somebody might be watching and they want to start at exactly 9 o'clock, right?
None of this matches,
That's close enough. I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and a traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'm sorry, I thought I had it shut off. So red is off. I'll restart again. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'll introduce the panel members. To my left is Neil Harding. To my far left, Maurice Terrier. Today the assessor will be Howard McCubbin. And the secretary today will be Michelle Napin. I'm Marcel Larongo. I'll be chairing. We'll be hearing applications for revision of assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we'll limit the discussions to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of property are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to an application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the other applicant may have. Then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today, and the session will close after the applications have been heard. The Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. You want to swear them in, Michelle?
Do you swear in or affirm?
Affirm.
Affirm?
Yep.
Can you state your full name, please?
Howard Lindsay McCubbin.
Do you swear, do you affirm that the evidence about the gift of hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you state your full name, please?
Rocky Newfield.
Do you affirm that the evidence about the gift of this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your full name, please?
James Mercury.
Do you swear that the evidence about
Morning.
the gift Do you swear that the evidence about the gift of this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
So the file that we'll start with first is 1600 Ness, and it's being dealt with for the amount of the assessed value only, correct?
Liability and classification.
There's not
No,
really,
right. Under appeal, class liability.
I don't have that on here.
I don't have it on mine.
Let's see what the file says.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I understand.
You understand?
Yeah, it appears that for whatever reason it wasn't checked off, so what we'll do is we'll submit an application in normal course. There's one tenant in the property that in our view qualifies for a school tax exemption. It's an organization that provides assistance to individuals with intellectual disabilities. So they're a relatively new tenant, so we will make the application. city and normal course then, and turn it over to Mr. McDonald.
Okay, so for today we'll be dealing with the amount
Oh,
of
I'm sorry.
assessed value, and the other portion you can deal with and make your appeal, not appeal, you'll be making your application.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. If you can start then on 1600 Ness, start with the roll number, please. And the file.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. File number 19-4361, the applicant is Colliers International. The roll number is 0700853500. The address is 1600 Ness Avenue. The owner is 57655 Manitoba Limited. The roll year we're dealing with, Mr. Chairman, is 2020, and the reference date being April the 1st, 2018. The current assessed value is $14,174,000. It's classified as 60, and it's taxable, liability for taxation. This property is a neighborhood shopping center, and I do have an application for an increase in the assessed value of the property. I'm not sure if you have that in your
It's written on the bottom.
documents, but do you have the application filed by the assessor?
Yep, we've got that.
Thank you. Alrighty. So this property, Mr. Chairman, is masonry construction, masonry bearing walls. It's zone C4. The land area is 106,420 square feet. The plan area is 37,520 square feet. The gross floor area is 50,320 square feet. And that is as a result of a portion of the development being 3-story. The leasable area of the property is 49,613 square feet, and the land to building ratio is 2.84 to 1. If I can turn your attention to photographs first and foremost, subject property on page 8. Pictography in the first photograph shows overhead of the subject property, and you can see the portion that's more than 1 stories high to the right of the property. And going through the actual photographs on page 9, it gives you a street level view of the subject property with the various tenants. This property is located just across from Pole Park. It's about 1 minute away from Pole Park. It's in a very good location. We did have, with respect to the request for information, we did have the income information submitted. There is no sales history for the subject property. In regards to the subject property leases, we'll get to that in due course. That's attached starting page 12 of my brief. If I can turn your attention, Mr. Chairman, to page 4 of my brief. I'll give you an idea of how this property was originally assessed for mass appraisal purposes. You will see the office portion is on page 4. You see the corresponding rents with respect to the various spaces. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can see them. They range from value of $23.79 to $13.93. For that portion of the property, we have total leasable area of 18,876 square feet with a potential rent of $306,001. From that, we take a vacancy loss of 5.5%, and we arrive at a gross effective income of $289,171. From that, we take an additional 2% for expenses, totaling $57.83, and shortfall pursuant with the vacancy of 5.5% at $7 a square foot equates to 7,267 square feet. For that portion of the property, again by mass appraisal, for mass appraisal purposes, we have it at $276,121. To that, we apply an overall capitalization rate of 6.55%, and we arrive at a capitalized value of $4,216,000 rounded. We now go to the actual shopping center proper. You see the various tenants listed there, and the various spaces, with the largest space being 10,475 square feet at $20.35 a square foot. The rents range from a low of $17.64 a square foot to a high of $32.62 a square foot. These are all model-driven rates, Mr. Chairman. We arrive at a total potential rent for this portion of the development of 767,254 square feet, and the area totals 30,737 square feet. We apply a vacancy loss of 4% to the potential income, and we arrive at a gross effective gross income of $736,564. That's $736,564. From that, we take expenses at 2%, totaling $14,731, and shortfall pursuant with 4% vacancy in the overall property of $30,737 at $8 a square foot, and we arrive at shortfall allowance of $98.36. That's $9,836. The net operating income is therefore $711,997. The capitalization rate applied to this portion of the property is 7.15%, and the value rounded is $9,958,000. So when you add the $9,958,000 to the $4,216,000, that is the current assessed value by mass appraisal purposes of $16,779,000. Sorry.
No, it comes out to 14 million.
14 million, sorry. $14,174,000. I'd like to go through the capitalization rate as we see it. And please forgive me, I'll read verbatim from this document. With respect to capitalization rates, a direct capitalization method is used to convert a property's single year of income into an indication of value by dividing the estimated net income by an appropriate capitalization rate. Capitalization rates can be derived from properties that have sold by dividing each property's net operating income by its sale price. For the 2020 general assessment, April 1st, 2018 is the reference date, capitalization rates were derived from model-generated estimates of net operating income and sale prices that were time-adjusted to April 1st, 2018. The ratio statistics for the assessment and taxation department's income-producing models satisfying the standards specified and set forth in the Standard on Racial Studies, published by the International Association of Assessing Officers. These capitalization rates were further supported by a review of industry standard market reports, and I'll get to that soon, and external property appraisals. Capitalization rates reports for the first quarter of 2018 from Colliers International Canada, CBRE National Research, and Cushman and Wakefield were reviewed. The City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department does have a wide range of capitalization rates, as all parcels in the city have to be accounted for. Variables such as size, age, and location will influence the capitalization rate applied in the calculation of values. And so from time to time you will see capitalization rates being 7.15%, and for the same type of retail property based on the location, age, etc., it could be 7.5%. So there's that variation throughout the set. The following chart compares the published rates to the City of Winnipeg capitalization rates for property types that are reported. The 20th and 80th percentiles are also shown for the City of Winnipeg data, indicating a narrowed range of capitalization rates used for 60%. So between the 20th and 80th percentile, we're using 60% of the parcels within that specific property type. In many cases, the published rates fall within the 20th and 80th percentile, indicating the tenability of the City of Winnipeg derived capitalization rates. So it supports our capitalization rates. If you go to the if I can turn your attention to the retail portion of those studies on the table, you will see we have the regional, power center, community, neighborhood, and strip. Different types of capitalization rates and published stats based on those types of properties. City of Winnipeg, specifically for, and I'll just deal with this type of property, the neighborhood shopping center, tantamount to a power center. We have a low of 6.15% to a high of 9.4%. Within the 20th and 80th percentile, we have the values coming in for capitalization rate 7.15% to 7.3%. So we're getting rid of the outliers in that case, and we're using 60% of the information. How does that compare with the published stats? So we look at Colliers Q1 2018. For that same type of property, we have Colliers reporting a 6% with a low, 6% to a high of 6.5%. So below the city's 20th and 80th percentile. We go to CBRE.
Is this on neighborhood?
NSC.
I got CBRE doing that, but I don't have anything on the Collier line. Isn't that
Are we
neighborhood?
looking at retail?
Retail neighborhood? It's showing nothing for
Yeah,
Collier.
you referred to the power center in the Colliers report.
Okay, we the city of the property type class for the power center. The power center falls on the property type class of neighborhood shopping center.
Okay.
If you look to that column over there, right second column on the table. So that's the type of property we're looking at.
Okay.
So Colliers reports a range of 6 to 6.5%. CBRE Q1 2018, 6 to 6.5%, virtually identical as Collier's. And Cushman and Wakefield, 5.5% to 6.25%, which is lower. Again, looking at the cities, between the city's 20th and 80th percentile, we have a range of 7.15% to a high of 7.3%. Continuing with capitalization rates, if I could turn your attention to page 18, which is part of the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department addendum information, page 18. Again, I'm going to read verbatim here. Capitalization rate evidence. The following is a sample of actual sales that took place during the reference period. The purpose for showing these individual capitalization rates is to illustrate the accuracy of the model and substantiate the model-derived capitalization rates. They are not meant to be comparables specific to the subject property. Net operating income has been developed through stabilizing owner-reported income and expense information, and that's key. That's owner-reported income and expense information. Capitalization rates have been derived by dividing the property's net operating income by its sale price. So if we go to the second table, you can see the type is retail there, which is the major part of this development. You can see 2140 McPhillips Street. The sale date is November the 29th, 2017. The sale price is $7,605,000. The gross floor area reported is 33,527 square feet. You can see the effective year built, 1983 to 86. The price per square foot is $226.83, and the cap rate derived from the information received by the assessment department is 4.6%. And that is stabilized. We stabilized 2015 and 2016, and the stabilization is identical with the overall capitalization rate, being for both years 4.9 and 4.9%. Sorry, that's not the stabilization. The stabilization is the 4.6%. After stabilizing the income for 2015 and 2016. The net operating income for 2015 was $372,934. So you apply the sale price to that and you would arrive at overall cap rate of 4.9%. For 2016, we have a net operating income of $375,055. Again, overall cap rate is 4.9%. We looked at stabilizing the income and the expenses for those 3 years, and we came in at a stabilized NOI of $351,430. So you divide that by the sale price, Mr. Chairman, and that's how you arrive at 4.6%. The second property, 844, and this is an investment grade property, Mr. Chairman. For the second property, we go to 844 McLeod. Sale date is November the 1st, 2017. And these dates are very close to the reference period. We have a sale price of $3 million. The gross floor area is $13,705. The effective year built is 1987. The sale price per square foot is $218.90. And its relative cap rate is 5.1%. Again, an investment grade property. We've stabilized, Mr. Chairman, 2015, 2016, and 2017 returns,
Howard, could I stop you for 1 second?
right?
Do we have a copy of what you're reading from, or?
No, that is, I'm reading from information that was used to derive.
It would just be helpful for us to be able to follow, because you're giving numbers and we can't write them as fast as you're saying them. It'd be helpful if we had, I mean, you can give verbal evidence, and I'm not knocking that, but if we're trying to follow the numbers, is there a problem with us having a copy of it, or? Is it would be helpful to you guys, or you just
Can I
need
take a
it?
2-minute break and
Yeah.
do some consultation here?
Yes, you
If don't
can.
mind.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, what was it you were asking him about?
I'm just asking about what he has, we're just gonna,
You don't have it.
if I don't have that, I'm just asking if we can get a copy, because I'm getting verbal, but I'm writing numbers down. If it's possible. Good morning. Good so far. And we'll call the meeting back to order. What did you decide on that?
Thanks. So what I've decided is that this is actually, it has some notes, some of my notes that I put on it. It's not in a format that, for public consumption right now. So what I will do, Mr. Chairman, instead of referring to this document, I will just refer to the capitalization rate evidence I have here. And if there are further questions from the appellant with respect to cap rates, I can simply look at my notes.
Okay, that works.
So at this point in time, it's not in a format that we would like to release right now because of notes, et cetera.
As long as you understand, it makes it easier for us if we
Oh,
have the
of
actual
course,
stuff written down.
especially when I started
So we're not trying to take notes.
rattling off numbers there.
Yeah,
It's
it makes it a
difficult.
little difficult
No,
for us.
appreciate that.
So carry on, I'm sorry I stopped you. Go ahead, Howard.
Okay, so we go to 844 McLeod. I think I did note the sale price and sale date on that property being November 1st, 2017. Sale date, $3 million for the sale price. The capitalization rate derived from the income and expense statement submitted by the owner of the property. Using the NOI, we arrive at a capitalization rate of 5.1%. For 3166 Portage Avenue, sale date is May the 7th, 2017. Sale price is $1,625,000. The gross floor area being $13,350. The effective year built is 1968. And the cap rate derived from that sale and from the information sent in by the owner is 4.5%. The fourth property, 3670 Roblin Boulevard. Sale date, May the 7th, 2017. Sale price, $2,550,000. The gross floor area being $17,063. The effective year built is 1979, and the cap rate derived is 3.1%. And finally, 1271 Jefferson, sold March the 4th, 2016. Sale price being $9,950,000. The gross floor area being 61,924 square feet, and you can see the relative effective year built from 1981 to 2012 with a cap rate of 7.4%. So you can see the cap rates I presented here, Mr. Chairman, range from a low of 3.1% to a high of 7.4%. While we're at it, I might as well go through the rest of my addenda with respect to non-recoverable expenses. For the 2020 general assessment, the City of Winnipeg the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department analyzed income and expense information reported by property owners to derive model-generated estimates of net operating incomes. In deriving these NOIs, the Assessment and Taxation Department has allowed for non-recoverable expenses in two categories. One, a general 2% for non-recoverable expense allowance. That is, allowance is not recovered by the landlord in the operation of the building. And, not in the operation of the building. And to a shortfall allowance per square foot to account for the non-recoverable expenses associated with vacant space. So you can see the overall allowances are more than 2% with respect to expenses. The following table contains a sample of properties for which actual income and expense data was submitted to ATD for the period preceding the reference date. Using this data, stabilized effective gross income and non-recoverable expense totals were calculated. The non-recoverable expenses are shown as percentages of the effective gross incomes. This analysis is evidence that the 2% non-recoverable expense allowance included in the model-generated NOIs is consistent with market data. The purpose for showing these individual expense rates is to illustrate the accuracy of the model and substantiate the 2% non-recoverable expense allowance used in the Assessment and Taxation Department mass appraisal models. They are not meant to be comparable specific to the subject property. Now, referencing the table below, we have a property in Paramount, which is an industrial warehouse. 2.67% was the calculated non-recoverable expenses using stabilized EGI and removing leasing commissions. On Ellis Avenue, we have reported non-recoverable expense of 1.12%. On Lorimer Boulevard, it's 0.92%. On Portage Avenue, neighborhood shopping center, 3.82%. Portage Avenue, again, neighborhood shopping center, 0.82%. Main Street, this is an office, 0.36%. On Portage Avenue again, neighborhood shopping center, 1.57% is a non-recoverable expense is calculated. On Sterling Line Parkway, 1.06%. And on Grant Avenue, 2.13%. The total median is 1.12%. When we did this mass appraisal, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the reassessment, the ASR for properties such as office and retail properties was well within the tolerances allowed for in the IWO standards. The ASR for this property group was 96.4%, so it's below 1, which is the ultimate. So it's a little below 1. Now we delve into the income and expense statements for this property, Mr. Chairman. If I can turn your attention to page 12. You see the address of the property at 1600 Ness Avenue. You'll see the reported total income being $1,837,266. And that income includes recoveries totaling $281,592.97. That's recoveries for utilities and maintenance, and also property tax recoveries. The net operating income reported on that page is $1,231,079. As we go through the income and expense statements, Mr. Chairman, on page 13, that's the individual who signed and who I suspect who submitted the information, sorry. On page 14 shows a list of the tenancy within the property. I'm not going to go through all of these, but those are the actual reported rents. And that is it. So let's focus now on the NOI after all expenses for this property. The NOI on page 12, Mr. Chairman, is $1,231,079.55, rounded to $1,231,080. That would be rounded. What we will be doing for this specific property, because we're dealing with site-specific valuation now, you can see the net operating income by the mass appraisal technique was $1,169,525. Today, I'm asking the board to look at the actual net operating income of this property of $1,231,000 and $231,080, and that NOI we capitalized at 6.97%, arriving at a total value of $16,779,000. That is the increase in value I'm asking to go to, Mr. Chairman. The current assessed value is $14,174,000. The City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department is asking for that amount to be increased from $14,174,000 to $16,779,000. Of note, Mr. Chairman, properties such as this, appraisals are done periodically on these properties. These properties are governed by Securities Commission. In a lot of cases, they're publicly traded properties, so they have to report to the shareholders. Appraisals are done. I find it interesting, Mr. Chairman, that we have a tax agent in here today. Instead, if the property value is $14,174,000 and a REIT or the owner of this property has an appraisal in their hand that says it's less than that, we would engage them in discussion with respect to what the appropriate value for this property is. They've hired an agent. I'm going to ask the agent this question. Has he ever seen an appraisal on this property, and what is that? And we'll see what the answer is. I think that the appraisal on a property like this would be higher than the $14,174,000, and that's why we don't have that information in front of us from the owner. That's why we have the tax agent here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to this line of evidence because it's not appropriate. He's speculating as to what a third-party appraisal may be that we haven't seen. So we're veering way off of what is in the assessor's evidence. Thank you.
He's allowed to give verbal, and we'll take his verbal and we'll put the weight that we
Fair enough.
see we have to on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not using any numbers. I'm just making statements that I'm not using numbers, so I don't have to back my numbers up. That's my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. First, I have just a question of the board on procedure. There's material here that would relate to the rest of the appeals being heard today. Is it fair that we can use questions, answers, and statements that arise out of this for the following appeals, or do we have to start the process all over?
You're okay if we?
I'm okay with that, Mr. Chairman. I also do have rebuttal evidence, and I don't have copies for every property, so I would prefer that. And once I provide rebuttal evidence with respect to the tax agent's information, I would hope that it flows through to the rest of the properties. Because then
I think what we also have to hear is if you have something a little bit different on each property, you'll have to include that. So-
Oh, absolutely,
Okay,
yeah,
so-
yeah,
and
and
that-
I do have that.
And what you're talking about is the rebuttal stuff, so.
Yes,
At that time, we'll
And
deal
I'll
with it.
also
And
ask
you'll-
you at the
Yep.
beginning of the next hearing just to confirm that.
Yes, we'll do it at the beginning of each.
Okay.
Okay, we'll confirm it at the beginning of each meeting, at the beginning of each file. On with your question, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you. I just want to be clear on one point. You're stating that this is a site-specific valuation?
this is a site-specific valuation I'm doing here today.
Okay.
Numbers, yes.
Now, I have a copy of a notice of request to increase the assessed value, and I'm just wondering if you could help me with the signatures on this form. I see that there's 2 initials and 1 signature. Could you just tell me who these people are?
Yes, I certainly can. The 2 initials, let me go to the specific. Okay, the 2 initials beside the requests for increase is my area coordinator, Michael Porchman, and the field operations manager, Jennifer. Lloyd.
You dragged a lump on that one.
And Jennifer Lloyd. And of course, the signature is of Mr. Kelly Shields, the city assessor, the actual signature in the document.
And what would the purpose of these signatures and initials be?
Before I request an increase in the assessed value, I take it to my immediate supervisor or coordinator, who is Mike Porchman. He takes it down to his immediate supervisor, who then moves it up to Kelly Shields. I suspect that's the only reason I would think
So they have they reviewed your workup?
Have they reviewed my work?
Yes,
We have,
did they review
we,
this?
we
this
have
rate?
talked, to some degree, the degree varies from property to property, but yes, my immediate supervisor I've had talks with him with respect to my work, yeah.
So, just to be clear, they have approved the usage of a site-specific standard, a site-specific valuation in this particular property.
They have approved the increase, the request to increase the assessed value as determined by me, who's actually doing the work on the property.
Okay, well, to be clear, have they approved a site-specific valuation?
I guess essentially they have. As you know, Mr. Chairman, when we do a general reassessment of all properties in the city, when it gets before this board, it's more of a site-specific appraisal. If there are vacancy issues with the property, we address it. If there are structural problems with the property, specific to the property, we address it. And it becomes more of a site-specific appraisal of the property. That's the meaning of site-specific.
Pages 4 and 5, have these been produced by your model?
Yes, they have, Mr. Chairman.
On page 6, can you identify, I'm having a problem with this, with the math here. Can you just tell me how this works? Just going down the summary line.
Right.
You have a potential rent of $1,073,255.
Right.
Which results into a net operating income of $1,169,525 after, apparently, I believe, after adjustments. So it went up rather than down through this process. So I'm just wondering if you could clarify this issue.
Okay. Again, referring to the statements received. And if you look at the statement below, the net operating income used in the income summary is 95% of the reported net operating income. So when you see, Mr. Chairman, 1,169,525, that's 95% of the total net operating income reported. The net operating income reported in the property is $1,231,080.
Sorry, my question was on the math in the column.
Right.
Can you just clarify why it doesn't add up properly?
Okay, let me see if my math is correct, Mr. Chairman. So as I said, Mr. Chairman, looking at income stream 1 and income stream 2, let's not look at those. Those were derived for mass appraisal purposes, and it correlates with the information that's on page 4 and 5. If you look at the NOI for on page 4, it's 276,121, and it correlates with income stream 1.
Wasn't my question? My question was
I'm
on the summary.
explaining how, if you allow me to explain.
My question was clear and simple. I looked at the summary column and I'm going down and looking at the math.
Right.
I'm expecting to see a summary where the math flows, and I don't see it there. So there seems to be a disjointed math there. Do you see the disjointed math?
Yes, I do.
And what is the reason for this?
The reason for this, because this is more of a site-specific valuation of the property, I'm keying in, Mr. Chairman. Let's look at everything from the net operating income in that column and below. The net operating income, don't look at everything above the summary column in the above the net operating income. That was all model driven. What I'm simply doing, Mr. Chairman, as I've stated before, the reported net operating income is $1,231,080. I'm taking 95% of that, which amounts to $525, capitalizing that at 6.9% capitalization rate, arriving at a value of $16,779,000.
So to be clear, the numbers beginning at $1,073,255 up to and including the deduction of $17,103 are not part of the calculation to arrive at $1,169,000?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, so what is the potential rent then?
Well, let's go to the income and expense statement.
1,231,000, you said.
We look at the rental income, Mr. Chairman, of $1,327,308, and that can be found on page 12 of my report.
That's the potential $1,327,308?
Correct.
Okay.
That's not including recoveries.
Okay, and what's your vacancy rate?
Vacancy rate with respect to the mass appraisal or with respect to the site
In your
specific?
calculation of your value, what vacancy rate did you use?
It's all encompassing, and the vacancy of this property as it's performing site specifically includes whatever vacancy occurred in the property. This is reported to the Assessment and Taxation Department.
Sorry, I think we're, there's an obligation for you to provide a financial workup. And I'm just asking for the major value parameters in that workup. Do you have a vacancy rate? I do note on this form, page 12, that the owner declared 6.3%. Are you using 6.3%?
That I suspect would be worked in the rental income. That would be taken into consideration. Had the owner been receiving 100%, had the occupancy of this building been 100%, Mr. Chairman, the rental income would have been more. It's already taken into consideration, Mr. Chairman. This is all coming from the financials.
So, for the record, does that mean you are accepting a vacancy of 6.3% as stated in the same statement that provided your relied upon net operating income and your relied upon potential income?
Mr. Chairman, I'm accepting the information provided to the Assessment and Taxation Department for 1600 Ness Avenue, and that's the financial information provided. I didn't come up with these numbers. These numbers were provided to us.
Well, I'm really struggling with this because I think we do have to compare this to market, and I think we can't hide behind a mystery here as the assessor. I just want a definitive answer. Does that mean you're accepting 6.3% or not?
For this specific property, Mr. Chairman, I guess I am accepting 6.3%. Because if that's the amount calculated, that would have been atoned for in the rental income received by the subject property. Again, I'll repeat, if it was 100% occupied, this rental income would have been more.
On page 12, you provide on lines 120 and 121 recoveries. Now, I've added those up. They come to $509,626. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that.
On line 217, total expenses for this property are $606,186.
Right?
Does that also go into your financial valuation?
Yes, it would. It would do, Mr. Chairman. When you look at the net operating income reported by the property of $1,231,079.55, I suspect it's all taken into consideration.
Now, with those two numbers, my math indicates that there's a shortfall of $96,560 between recoveries and expenses. Can you follow that math?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Recoveries are $509,626, yet expenses are $606,186.
Right.
Which indicates a shortfall on expenses of $96,560.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm doing the math on that, and I get that that's a percentage of 7.27% of the potential income. So my question is, in this case, you're arguing for the 2% application, but on acceptance of a site-specific standard, you are accepting a shortfall rate now of not a shortfall rate, a non-recoverable expense rate of 7.27%. Is that not correct?
I guess in effect I am, Mr. Chairman, because I'm doing a site-specific valuation of this property. Again, let's focus on the net operating income of the property. This is the crux of the matter, and this is the tail of the tape, the net operating income.
Now, you adjusted this net operating income by 95%. Now, where did the 95% come from?
To be reasonable.
So there's no standard on this?
There's no standard on this. I could have very well capitalized the actual net operating income of the property, which would have been really site-specific, more site-specific, which appraisal theory tells us that we do not go generally with lease fee interest of the subject property, go with fee simple. I'm atoning for that in a sense. That's why I'm reducing it by 5%.
Okay, so this was your decision?
This is my decision, yes.
During your presentation, I heard you mention an ASR.
Right.
And, which is assessment to sales ratio, correct?
Correct.
What were you referring to on that?
I was referring to the property types, office and retail, Mr. Chairman.
You said it was very close to
Rocky,
one.
can you wait till he finishes his?
No,
Yeah.
you were, sorry, maybe I should have finished my question. My fault here.
We're gonna make you both come through the chair pretty soon. if we're
Yeah,
not
oh boy, that'll be, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna rephrase this because I wasn't clear. You mentioned that there was an ASR that was slightly below one, therefore very accurate. Were you referring to a specific property?
No, it's within the reported, we're governed by IWO standard mass appraisal. The optimal is one, right? 100% assessment to sales ratio. Is that, I hope everyone knows what I'm speaking of here. That is key. With respect to this property group, retail and offices, it's coming in at 96.4%. So it's below actually one. I would be worried if it's way below one or if it's above one. We're below one. And that's based on the sales of properties that took place in and around the reference date.
So are you referring specifically to properties utilized in your capitalization rate study?
I'm referring, Mr. Chairman, to all properties that took place. Not only specifically that, I imagine those would be included, but properties that sold in and around the reference date.
Mr. Neufeld?
I'm moving on. Page 10, you referred to the IAAO, and just confirm that the city is a member of the IAAO,
That's correct.
and you do follow the standards that they provide.
That is correct.
Moving on to your page 18. Confirm that these rates were developed by using the income and expense form information.
Mr. Chairman, as I've said before, these rates were developed using the income and expense statements that were submitted by the owner of the property. These weren't fabricated numbers. These were income and expense statements submitted by the owners of the property. We didn't fabricate numbers to come up with the
Then your answer would be yes?
yes.
Thank you. What was the verification done after the receipt of them? Do you know?
I don't quite get your...
Was there a verification process?
Yes, there is.
What was it comprised of?
The verification process, Mr. Chairman, comprised of ascertaining whether the sales were bona fide or not.
And how's that done?
By a search through land titles and company searches.
Okay, so you did a title search, anything else?
We also looked at the income and expense statements and took them verbatim. They're reporting this information to us. It's their business. So the cap rate now becomes a function of the income that this property is producing relative to the value or the sale price. It's very simple math. It's an algebraic equation. You can substitute, if you know two, you can find one. It's very simple math.
Oh, sorry, I didn't thought you that. Were these income and expense statements coincidental, or did they occur at the same time the sale occurred?
Yes, they did.
So, for example, the first one, just picking at random, November 29th, 2017, does the income and
Right.
expense statement, was it dated November 29th, year end 2017?
The income and expense statement, Mr. Chairman, and I don't have them here with me, but I can tell you, I can gather, looking at the information, we have the year previous to the sale, the 2016 information, and the 2015 information. That was stabilized.
The question was the mailer, did the mailer coincide with the sale date in all cases?
Okay, what do you mean by coincide? Was it done at the same time as the sale of the property? I'm not sure what you mean by
Well,
coincide in this specific instance.
For example, the subject property mailer was for 12 months ending December 31st, 2017.
Right.
So, if this property had sold, which I know it has, would that date be coincide with the sale date? If you were to try to develop capitalization rate? I know here's.
It would make a lot of sense to use the information we had in 2016. We would have analyzed the income and the expenses, and for 2015, leases are stratified. They don't begin at the same time and end at the same time, Mr. Chairman. These leases would go through 2017, 2018, 2019. So the information remains relatively the same. I'm not sure what Mr. Newfield is getting at.
Numbers 3 and 4 were reportedly sold May 7th, 2017.
Correct.
What was the date on that income and expense form?
I don't have the income and expense form with me.
If I told you it was December of the prior year, would you disagree?
I wouldn't agree or disagree. I suspect you would have information to provide to the board in that respect, and I'll deal with it at that time.
On that subject, were those two properties sold in a multi-roll sale?
Possibly.
Did you investigate?
I myself did not, Mr. Chairman.
Sale number 1, you called that an investment property. Who were the vendor and purchaser?
I don't have the vendor and purchaser here with me, but I can get that once we go to break. Does the board wish me to get the income and expense, the vendor purchasers for these properties?
Right now he's asking the questions, let's see what he comes up with. Okay.
Was it sold or purchased by a large corporation, pension fund, or REIT?
I don't know that question.
Same question with 1271 Jefferson. Was it sold or purchased by a large corporation, pension fund?
I
or
don't
REIT?
know that answer, sorry. Mr.
You're
Chairman.
not aware that Investors Group sold that property? Or the previous owner? Would they qualify as being a REIT, pension fund, or large corporation?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman. I don't do all the work in the assessment department. I depend on other individuals to analyze information for me. But I can get that information if the board wishes. Or I suspect maybe he has rebuttal evidence with respect to that.
Mr. Mercury has some questions, I believe.
So if I understand your methodology, Mr. McCubbin, is that you've essentially put aside the income approach to value in the traditional traditional sense by applying market parameters, and you've effectively taken the income statement and applied a cap rate to that and come up with a value. Is that correct?
Essentially, but, and toning back the net operating income, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you've looked at a snapshot in time, just to be, to make sure I understand your methodology, if you will. You looked at the income statements for the calendar year 2017,
Yep.
and you've taken a look at how that property is performing in that one particular year, applied a cap rate to it, made a small adjustment, and asked for an increase in value to what the number that you're seeking, which is $16,779,000. Is that correct?
That's correct to some degree. In what you also do, you look at the market, Mr. Chairman. Is the potential income from this property representative of the market? Does the rent breakdown make sense? And it did to me. It was actually at market, or very close to market.
But this is your methodology. You're not applying standard vacancy rates, rental rates, etc. You're effectively, at the end of the day, what you did is looked at the annual statement, made a small adjustment, and applied a cap rate, correct?
As I said, all those adjustments were already taken care of
In the annual income statement.
Yep. Yes.
Is
they
that,
were.
just out of curiosity, I haven't seen that before in all the years I've been doing this. Is that a methodology that is actually published by the city assessment department? Is there some direction that you are to assess properties on that? And I ask because we were in hearings last week where we had another assessor tell us we have to look at market, we don't blindly look at the income statement. Is that something that the assessment department actually endorses?
Mr. Chairman, we always look at the market. I'm going to repeat myself. In doing this property, I looked at rents of various properties, similar occupancies. I looked at the potential income derived from the subject property, and it was cohesive, wasn't far off. And so essentially, the income that was being produced by this property was very similar to incomes of similar properties in the market.
Well, let me ask this, Mr. McKenna, if this income statement or another property actually shows that it's producing half of the annual income that you would expect based on your model, would you be recommending a decrease by 50%?
I would have to look at, you're giving me a scenario which does not present itself here today. At that point in time, I'll have to investigate why that particular property is underperforming and make adjustments to my final value, Mr. Chairman. I simply wouldn't use a mathematical calculation in that sense. This property is performing very well according to the market. That's what I'm getting at.
So just
If it was not performing to the market, I would look at reasons as to why it was not performing to comparable properties out there. And I would have to make adjustments to that, up or down.
So to be clear then, Mr. McCubbin, with respect to non-recoverable expenses, what percentage are you adopting?
I'm adopting the percentage that was produced by this specific property,
Which is over 7%.
which is over 7% in this case, if that's what it calculates to be. Yeah. I could have toned it back, but I chose not to, Mr. Chairman. I could have toned it back and ended up with a higher NOI, but I chose not to. I toned back.
Out of the goodness of your heart, is that what you're suggesting, Mr.?
We don't have to get into that.
To being reasonable, I gain nothing from here. I gain nothing from being here. I could be in the office right now doing something else.
Thank you.
I
Those are
don't
my
think-
questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Willis, questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I find it highly unusual to see the approach used today. I have to admit, with the appellant was asking had me in the same boat. Because I was trying to figure this out, and I just couldn't make heads or tails of it. We show the old potential rent, and then you try to go through the expenses, shortfall and everything else, and then you got a net operating income. I understand all of this. I understand your 95%. So you don't have to repeat any of this. I just feel this is highly unusual. I don't think it's acceptable, actually, because we want to look at what the potential rent is, how it's worked down to the NOI. And we can't really do this. And that's why I don't agree with the approach.
Is there a question here, Morris?
No, but I wanted to make a comment because it
Well, we're
makes
here
it
to-
very different. I've got a
But we're here to
question.
question him.
I've got questions, but I want to make my statement anyway. Now, when you go to page 18, and you talked about stabilizing the rate, now the first one, you said for 2015 was 4.9, 16 4.9, then you stabilized it at 4.6.
Correct.
But for all the others, you accepted 510, 450, 310, 740. Was there a difference on those? Or why was only one stabilized? And I didn't quite understand what the stabilized meant.
Sure. Stabilized meaning stabilizing the income and expenses for those 2 years. If we had income and expenses for the 2 years, including the year of the
That
subject
was the
property.
15 and 16, or was it using those figures to stabilize it at 4.6?
Yes, the income and the
Okay, of
expenses.
those 2 years.
Yeah, and when you move it
Okay.
over to the column,
Yeah,
the stabilization rate the stabilization of those expenses and income produced a cap rate of 4.6%.
okay. Then I started looking at your cap rate, and you've used a 697.
Right?
Now, I don't know if this is weighted with the 655 and 715, I'm not sure. But on page 10, are you using the 750 to 730 to justify your 697 on page 6?
Sorry, okay, I get your 697 on page 6, you're referring to the overall cap rate.
Well, yeah, I
Right.
didn't know how it was
Right.
657, I don't know if it was weighted or not.
697,
Yeah, but you used 697, which I don't know if it was weighted, is my question, because there's
Yeah.
different incomes there.
right?
And, but I guess I'm trying to pin down how you're justifying your 697 in respect to page 10. So that's all I want to know. Are you
Okay.
Okay?
If you look at the information provided, and this is basically published information and information that the city of Winnipeg calculated.
Yeah, I just
right,
wanna
over the
know what
span.
you used,
So
that's all.
when you look at the power center column, NSC,
Yeah,
you move right across,
yeah,
you see that between the 20th
yeah.
and the 80th percentile, it's
715 and 730, yeah.
right? You move across to Colliers, it's 6 to 6.5,
Okay.
right?
Mhm,
You move further across to CBRE, it's 6 to 6.5,
mhm.
and you move to Cushman and Wakefield, being at 7.75 and 6.25. The capitalization rate used at 6.97 is certainly on the higher side of those numbers, of all those columns. It's projecting towards the higher side, the higher cap rate.
Okay. So the evidence you've given under page 18
Right?
was to support your 697?
That is to support, yes,
Yeah.
to support 6.97 based on the location of this property. If you look at the information I provided with respect to the mass appraisal. Again, I'm not gonna read it, but if I can refer to you to page 10.
No, I think I understand all this. I'm just trying to get your position and how you arrived at it and why you're giving that evidence, that's all.
We're looking at that as being a reasonable capitalization rate. It
Okay.
doesn't point to any specific capitalization rate here. These are ranges.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Neil,
Okay, I was gonna ask, since you're now using the actual financial performance of this shopping center for the year 2017, did you examine other years to see if that performance was consistent?
No, I didn't. What I have here today is I'm providing you with information that was returned to we do a general reassessment every 2 years. We have dealt with the past with respect to this property in terms of the financials. We're looking at the current financials with respect to the reference period or reference date. Things can change 2 years down the road, and we will adjust based on the income.
Surely a willing buyer would look at longer-term performance of the property, whether it's consistent income or
Right,
whether it goes up and down.
of course. And they would also look at the potential to increase or change in tenancy. They would look at a number of variables. They'd look at when leases are coming due, what the market is commanding at that specific time, and in their judgment of a property or the value of a property, they would take those things into consideration.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
What I've done here is I've used the financial statements for the reference period, which is April 1st,
That's
2018.
a single snapshot in time. All right, thank you.
when we're doing an evaluation of a property,
Hmm?
we tend to want to also see what it's going to cost us on a square footage basis, do we not?
Yes.
Do you have any other models that would show, or sales that would show a $330 a square foot strip mall that's sold, a square foot, in that size?
In that size range?
Because the smaller ones sell for a higher square footage than the larger ones.
Right.
I mean, the larger ones are usually at $160 to $180 a square foot, yet you've got this one at $338 a square foot.
It
And that's
varies,
using your
it
evidence.
varies depending on the property, depending on the finish, depending on the use. It can vary widely. There,
I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
They can
But your
vary widely.
information that you've given us
right,
on your page
mhm,
18,
right.
would the best model not be the Jefferson property? It's a little larger than the other one, but the other ones are, the highest one after that is 33,000 square feet, which is still smaller.
So you're saying that I should relate the price per square foot?
No, I'm
We're
I'm saying, would you use it? Would you use-
Oh, yes, I would use it. There are three approaches to value,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. There are three approaches to value. There's the income that we deal with here all the time. There's a direct comparison approach, and there's a cost approach.
Right.
In the direct comparison approach, I'd be making adjustments from one property to the next and justifying those adjustments, be it location, be it finish,
Yeah.
be it type of tenancy. Those factors come into play, and they can vary a property's value widely. So don't focus on that, page 18, and look at the square foot rates and try to relate it back to this subject property. This property is performing at this level right now.
But you
And it's,
just-
and sales and NOIs that were reported to us, the sale is the constant. We get sales all the time. Why are the properties selling for that price? We have to work it back. What's the potential income of the property? What are the expenses related to that property? And what is the cap rate? So you have to analyze each specific sale and each specific property. That is done by looking at the market, which I've done with respect to rents, and also looking at the income and expense statements for this property, which is performing within market parameters.
So,
That's what we've been doing.
so your properties that you chose, McPhillip Street, how does that compare location-wise towards Vanessa property?
I would say this is a better
Hmm?
location, better location,
Which one?
the subject property.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's a higher one.
yeah,
McLeod,
better location, this is a better location.
Portage Avenue, 3166,
I would say this is a better location.
3670 Robin Boulevard.
I'd say this is a better location.
Jefferson, 1271.
Probably a better location.
Yet you're using these properties to drive the cap rate today. Even though this property that we're dealing with today is.
I don't make up the market, Mr. Chairman. These are sales that took place in the market. Sales don't only happen around Polo Park. We have to take the information, we have sales on Roblin Boulevard. I can't make up those sales. I'm merely telling the board that that property on Roblin Boulevard sold for X number of dollars. The income and expense statements produced and reported to us is X. You divide the net operating income by sale price and you come up with the cap rate. Nothing is made up in that sense. Nothing is made up
I've
in
got
that
no
sense.
further questions at this time. Let's move on to Rocky's presentation. I might come back to you though.
I have some rebuttal information.
Rebuttal first? Oh, great. Mhm. Thank you.
What I'm dealing with here is this information on page 18. This is the excerpt from the IAAO standard on verification and adjustment of sales. First, verbally for the record, 3166 Portage and 3670 Roblin were part of a portfolio sale. The vendor was Frank Spivak, the purchaser was P3, who are a consortium of people headed by Don White, who works at Collier's in our office. 1271 Jefferson was a sale by Investors Group, and the P3 sales, the first two I spoke about, that's not what they capped at. That is not what the final decision was on the purchase. It was much higher than that. Further, it was a 10 years investment scheme done in discounted cash flow analysis where the rates of return were incredibly higher than this. I concur that 1271 Jefferson was in and around 7.4%, having been it was a property we managed. The other two sales I don't have information about, but I'm aware that some other parties are going to be bringing them to your attention. Now, in regard to this rebuttal, this is section 5, and it discusses the importance of sales verification. There's a very long list of things to do for sales verification, and I'm going to let you read it. I'm not going to read it to you, but I think you get the idea. Searching the title and taking an income and expense form is not adequate to verify a sale. You've got to find out more about it, and this very strongly words it. Section 5.5, acquisitions or divestments by large property owners. So that would cover number 2140 McPhillips, 1271 Jefferson, large corporations, pension funds, or real estate or REITs should not be considered for analysis. And then lastly, the multiple parcel sales. Regardless of whether the parcels are contiguous, any multiple parcel sale that involves multiple economic units generally should not be used in evaluation or ratio studies. That's in 5.6, left-hand column, second paragraph from the bottom. That includes 3166 Portage, 3670 Roblin. These properties have been taken before the municipal board, not municipal board, by the board of revision by myself in the last assessment cycle, and the sales were brought up, and parties agreed multi-role sale, cannot rely on it. So today we're relying on it, we've changed our tune. That was just something I wanted to show you, that the assessor made a statement that they followed the IAAO. This says they did not. That was my rebuttal.
Anything on the rebuttal?
Mr. Neufeld made a statement that we accepted that, and I'm not gonna go say it verbatim, with respect to multiple, you said we're both in agreement that those sales, does that mean you and the Assessment and Taxation Department?
No, I meant at previous
Oh, okay.
hearings when these
Okay.
properties were brought up, that, and there are, I believe, 12 of them, and all 12 were brought to appeal, and all 12 resulted in an agreement that a multi-role sale was not reliable for assessment purposes.
That's it, Howard?
Yep.
Panel members, anything on the rebuttal that you need any information on?
Thank you.
No? Thank you very much. Oh, did you want to put something on that?
No, am I starting?
You're starting this.
Can I have that thing?
That thing? You don't have that thing?
I firstly, I'm going to apologize. I'm going to give you a qualified apology. It was my intent from the beginning to withdraw this appeal. Not because I felt it lacked merit. I have orders from the owner. Some people have a stomach for continued litigation. This particular owner is quite wary about that, and my instructions are clear. The assessor's actions convinced him to withdraw the appeal regardless of merit. There are words for that, we'll save them for another day. My purpose in going through this questioning was to get these matters on the record for perhaps other reasons. So I'm just withdrawing this right now.
So just one other comment. Obviously, the question and answer will be of benefit
That's why I'm gonna ask you
as
about
we
it.
discussed for the future, for the docket that follows here. I think there are 7 matters on the docket, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7. So just by way of closing comment, we wanted to address some of the important issues of methodology here, because what you will find on the remaining items here is that this assessor has requests for increases on every single one of them based on a approach to value that is not the income approach to value. It's not the direct sales comparison. It certainly isn't cost. It's a new approach to value in terms of he's interpreting income statements, massaging them somewhat, and coming up with an increase on all properties, which is I haven't seen before. I haven't seen the methodology, and I haven't seen this number of requests for increases on one docket. Time I've been doing this, so we'll be I guess proceeding along, but hopefully won't have to duplicate a lot of it.
No, well, and that's why we'll ask at the beginning if this information, considering I withdrew it. I will let you know I consulted with Visa prior to this as to what stage in the appeal I could process my withdrawal, and I was put in writing that it was any time prior to final argument I could do this, and then the appeal is effectively canceled.
That is correct. It is withdrawn.
So are we, I'm just one point, Mr. Chairman, are we looking at 16 of 174 or 16,779?
It's the original assessment, I guess, is.
Yeah, that's got to be clear in my mind.
It would be, so
The
what we would stay as.
original is 14,174, and the revised today is 16,7.
Well,
14,170.
What are you accepting?
It's never been enacted. It's a request
okay.
put before you.
Okay.
Because
So-
of the withdrawal, it's 14,174, the assessment is confirmed.
I'm sorry if I couldn't pick that up, but I want to make sure I understood.
Yes, because it's withdrawn, that's what we have to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just a ringer here.
You know what, I think we're gonna take a break.
Yeah,
I need a breather after that one. Right?
That was that's a Game of Thrones type lurch.
Yeah. One way to put it.
That's a red wedding.
order. We'll be dealing with 3 Reindeers Drive, amount of assessed value. When you are ready, Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 19-4816, the applicant is Colliers International. The roll number is 0400381100. The address is 3 Reindeers, and the owner is Reindeer Square Properties Limited. Mr. Chairman, we're dealing with a roll year of 2020, with the reference date being April the 1st, 2018. The current assessed value is $15,285,000. The classification is 60, and the liability to taxation, it's a taxable property. I will be asking for an increase in the assessed value of this property, but it will be different from the number I have on the front page. I've adjusted that. The property is a neighborhood shopping center, Mr. Chairman. It was built in 1998. The zoning is C4, commercial, regional. The land area is 238,980 square feet. The plant area being 65,676. The leasable reported is 68,829, and the land to building ratio is 3.64 to 1. If I could turn your attention to page 2, please. With respect to the request for income and expense statements, as you can see, we did receive the income and expense statements for this property. There was a sale recorded in this property some time back, Mr. Chairman. The sale history, the registration date was April 4th, 2006. The consideration was $12,700,000. The sworn value was $12,700,000. And that sale took place 12 years before the reference date. With respect to the subject leases, I'll be referring to the income and expense statements, which is included in my brief. On page 3, we have a number of rent comparables of similar type properties, and they run anywhere from a low of $14.50 to a high of $36.50 per square foot. If I could turn your attention to page 6, Mr. Chairman, before we go through the information on this property. You can see the photographs, the photography, and the street views of this subject property. Continuing on page 7. Page 8, you can see famous dates. This one is the 10th. Mr. Chairman, I'd like before I proceed, I'd like some guidance with respect to information I presented in on the last property. Is it okay, or do I need to repeat that information with respect to the capitalization rates of the expenses, or that's evidence?
You want to hear the cap rates over again? I think we've already heard it.
I think we've heard it.
We've heard it.
Okay. Is that okay with you, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay.
Same with responses, questions, not just presentation, but the examination.
Correct. Carry on, Howard.
Thank you. If I can turn your attention to page 4. We'll go through how this property was done by the mass appraisal approach. Page 4 has the mixture of tenants there. You can see their relative size, with the largest tenant being Sobeys at 35,560 square feet. You can see the units are range anywhere from 1,112 square feet. This is the smaller units, right up to a high of 6,336 square feet. The total leasable area reported is 68,892 square feet. The potential rent, Mr. Chairman, as driven by mass appraisal approach, the total potential rent is $1,185,000, $185,058. To that, a vacancy rate of 4% was applied, arriving at effective gross income of $1,137,656. Expenses of 2% was deducted from that, and the shortfall pursuant with the vacancy amount of 4% was also applied as an expense, and that totaled $22,045. Mass appraisal purposes, we arrived at a net operating income of $1,092,858, applied a cap rate of 7.15% to this specific property, and we did arrive at a value of $15,285,000. Now we go to the income statements submitted by the owner of the property, which begins on page 11. And actually, in effect, the numbers begin on page 17. Mr. Chairman, we can see if we're looking at the rental income of this property as reported. If we were to add back in the amortization of tenant incentive and the amortization of free rent, which is in the revenue group, we arrive at a net rental income for this property reported of $1,187,837.47. This is how the model is performing. You look at this property, back to page 4 of my brief. Our potential is $1,185,058. Very close, in fact. We get to the expenses. Added back in the adjustments to recoveries, we arrive at a total recovery income of $625,295.95. That's $625,295.
We're on page 17 right now?
Sorry, we're on page 17, yes.
And what line
Sorry
is
for
that?
moving back and forth. The total recovery income.
Okay.
With respect to owner's expense for this property, if we look at the owner's expense line on page 18, it totals $7,106.97. all other expenses were recovered. So that total owner's expense represents 0.6% of the potential income, Mr. Chairman. Again, focusing on the 2% plus the 5%, sorry, plus the shortfall rate that was applied. That's the comparison. The owner's expense for this property is less than 1%. We have total NOI reported for this specific property of $1,187,837. From that, I've taken the 0.6% as the owner's expense of $7106.97, and I arrive at a NOI of $1,180,730.
Say it again.
$1,180,730. Capitalizing that NOI is reported by 7.15%. I arrive at a value of $16,514,000. My recommendation is for this property to be increased to $16,514,000. $14,000. The methods used, again, were the same as previous. Doing a site-specific valuation of this property based on market evidence and the reported income of this property. And that's my presentation.
Questions, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, I just, so I'd like to be a little bit clearer on the valuation. So this is the third different one, the first one being the model, page 4. Second one being this same thing you did in the last one where you inserted a figure of NOI of $1,419,000. That's the second one?
Right.
And now you're changing that again.
And I've revised that after further considering and analyzing.
Okay, can you tell me now, so you started with $1,187,000 and then you subtracted $7,000 non-recoverable.
Correct.
That is your valuation?
That is the NOI.
Okay, so what's the potential rent?
The potential rent is $1,187,837.
And the vacancy rate?
That vacancy rate is reported. Please bear with me, Mr. Chairman. In that calculation, there was no vacancy reported.
So you're not allowing the vacancy?
I'm going with the financial statements of this property, Mr. Chairman, and I think they're at market.
So application of the assessment is based on 0% vacancy, is that correct?
In this instant, the reporting and the figures reported to us is based on a 0% vacancy.
As a result, then, there's no shortfall, is that correct?
As a result, I'm using the NOI as reported because I think
So it's not a
it's
0%
very-
vacancy means no shortfall as well?
correct.
Okay. And the non-recoverable rate, you're using what you deem to be the actual, which is the $7,163.
$7,106.97, that's the owner's
Okay,
expense.
7106.97.
Correct.
And you mentioned that was 0.6%? Is that what
Of
you
the
said?
potential.
0.6%.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Now, with this methodology, did you use the same methodology in calculation of your cap rate?
I think yes, essentially, Mr. Chairman, the evidence that was presented with respect to cap rates will flow through all properties
No,
here.
that's not
So
my question. You have a model. Does your model allow for insertion of a vacancy rate and a shortfall rate in calculation of capitalization?
you're speaking of the model capitalization rate?
Well, you've relied on the model rate. You haven't changed that, have you?
I haven't changed that. no.
So, but you've changed the valuation method. So my
Yeah.
question is, the valuation method that you're applying today, is it the same one that was used to derive capitalization rates?
I would say no. The capitalization rates that were derived for this specific property and stratified does fall within the tolerances of the market and the reported information that the city of Winnipeg received.
In a typical valuation, and perhaps let's look at
The model, the generation. In order to come up with net income, there are several deductions, including 4% vacancy allowance, 2% on expenses, and $8 a square foot in shortfall. In other words, this is approximately $92,000 on $1,185,000, or about 8% adjustment to the income.
Right.
Now, the subject in your new valuation did not have an 8% deduction from its income to work out your value. Don't you have to use the same method that's used for valuation of your subject as you do for calculation of a capitalization rate? Shouldn't your
No.
cap rate be 8% higher?
Not necessarily.
Why not necessarily? This is like standard theory. This is the simplest thing you can do in valuation. You've got to match your methods.
I agree with a site-specific valuation, a cap rate with respect to site-specific valuation of this property, of the subject property, at 7.15%. It falls well within and to the higher end of the range, as reported and as calculated by income and expense statements that the city of Winnipeg received.
Now, can you tell me where this $1,187,000 is found in the statement?
Okay, if we look at page 17, Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
if you look at the grouping of the rental income, which goes from 4,100 up to 4,251. That's, I'm reading numbers off of the left-hand column. You include back in the amortization of tenant incentive and the amortization of free rents, which the municipal board on several occasions say do not deduct for. You add those back in, Mr. Chairman, you arrive at a value of $1,187,837.44.
Sorry, I'm still not catching the numbers. You just give me the line items and the values so I can understand what you did.
Okay, let's go through this. We're taking the commercial rent
Correct?
of $1,144,038.45.
Yes?
we're taking the straight line adjustment to retail rent of $13,891.22. We're adding that to the commercial retail on the first line. We're adding
Adding that to, okay, yes, sorry,
we're adding the $28,498.32. Instead of it being a negative, I'm making this a positive. And I'm also making the amortization of free rent of -1409.45 a positive also, to arrive at that amount.
do you know what these line items are?
Do I know what these line items are?
Yes.
It says explicitly here what they are.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're adopting a tenant incentive, but you're just disagreeing with it, you're turning it, you're actually not just disregarding it, you're turning it to a positive. You're saying that
I am
money-
turning any tenant incentive.
But aren't what you're doing is you're taking money that they reduced somebody's rent by and saying, not only did you not reduce his rent, we're saying you actually increased his rent and it should be our income.
To come to market,
By
yes.
changing negative to a
To
positive.
come to market, yes.
To come to market.
To arrive at market.
You
yeah.
just said this was site specific.
This is site specific, but when this is compared to market and the performance of similar properties in the market, it's within, well within the tolerance.
And, so now, in this case, you're also doing that with an amortization of free rent. You're turning a negative into a positive and adding it to the income?
They have taken the amortization of free rent, they've removed that from the commercial rent. I'm adding it back in.
Now, did you read the rest of the statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for example, let's go down to recovery income. Well, how about that line item there, $42,000 negative?
Right?
Do you think that maybe that applied to the numbers above, that they balanced it themselves in their sheet? Do you know how to read a statement?
Yes, I do.
Do you not think that do you know how it works? Is that they have different parts of a statement? There's in one place it's written down and then another place it's adjusted?
Yes.
Do you not think that that's
I'm
an
aware of
adjustment?
that. Yeah.
And?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to repeat myself again. The initial question was, where did the NOI come from, or the $1,187,837? I believe that was the initial question. That's the
Right, but
calculation.
we're
That's
now
the
asking
top
a new
number there.
question.
From that, the owner's expenses for this property were in fact $7,106.97, which represents 0.6% of that potential income. I've removed that from the potential income to arrive at the NOI.
The next page, page 18, shows 6 adjustments in the expense column. Most of them negative, some of them positive. Did you not think that those dealt with the matters listed in the first section?
Yes.
Did you investigate if they in fact were the counterbalancing charge against those items on the income side?
I made an attempt to phone and find out with respect to the adjustment to recoveries for this property, and I did not receive that information.
And further down under the section called administrative and entity expenses, there's a total of $79,907 listed as a credit on expenses. Now, did you not think that that made up for the did you look at that as well to determine on those prior period entries?
No, I did not.
Okay. And to your knowledge then, nowhere in this report is there a vacancy claim?
my knowledge, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the rent roll of this specific property, and you look at page 21, it says the total reported vacant area is 0.
Now, on page 21, since you brought it up, what does this mean to you?
This shows the commercial rent with the recoveries of all manner. It shows the management fee amount. It shows the taxes, and it shows the total.
And so what's the commercial rent amount?
The commercial rent amount on this specific page,
Yes.
$97,297.65.
Would you assume that's a monthly number?
That could be construed as a monthly number.
And what's the annual amount?
The annual amount would be $1,167,572 rounded.
Right.
Right.
And as a December statement, did you look at page 19? There's a handwritten note about a space change.
Right.
So there were changes during the fiscal year of 2017. They have alerted you to that fact. Is that correct?
Fair enough.
Looking at the leases, the rental rates, for example, the first one, Desjardins Real Estate,
Right.
states that it was April 1st, 2017 was the rental rate. So this statement doesn't indicate what the rent was before April 1st, 2017, does it?
No, it doesn't.
On the next one, pet value, it shows you what the rates were on the unexpanded space. And then it shows you the expansion April 1st, correct? So we don't know how
Correct.
much the space they expanded into was renting for, do we?
No, we don't.
On page 20, Kitson Investments, it shows you what the rent was December 1st, 2017. We don't know what the rent was for the prior period, do we?
No, we don't.
Just that last month. Now, on page 17, they stated that their rent was actually $1,144,000. So you're saying that's not the real rent?
What I'm focusing on, Mr. Chairman, I'm repeating myself again, we go back to page 17. This is the income and expense statements from January the 1st, 2017 to December the 20th, December 2017, the 31st. The total rental income, as I calculated, I'm repeating myself again, is $1,167,837.44.
On your second change, where you decided that the net operating income was $1,419,428, where did that number come from? What is it 95% of?
I have reviewed my information, and I'm not speaking of that here. I'm dealing with the information I'm presented here today. I've reduced my request for increase to $16,514,000.
Mr. Chairman.
That is not under discussion here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that he's changed his value, and this is a question regarding the technical abilities of the assessor, and I think that within that scope, I should be allowed to pursue this.
Or you're asking information about where the number came from.
Right, but he's saying he's changed his number, so I can't ask questions about that, and I'm saying I'm not asking for any reason other than to explore his technical abilities.
Reviewing
So
the
just
income and
this
expense
line of
statements.
questioning is just based on that. Said he has changed his number.
He's basically told you what he's gonna tell you by the sounds of it. I don't,
I've
we might
reviewed-
have some questions on it, but
Okay, I'll handle it in rebuttal then, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand where it came from, because it's pertinent to the other properties that we're gonna be hearing. And I'm looking for, I'm identifying a series of issues regarding the ability of the assessor to read statements. And for the people who review it, their lack of knowledge on statements.
are you done with your questions now, Rocky, or?
No, he's not.
Rocky, you done with your
I'm
questions?
just
Yeah.
asking.
Just, again, I think repetitive of some questions I had earlier, Mr. McCubbin, but this approach to value that you have presented to the board, would you describe this as an income approach to value as recognized by any literature? Or is this just your own methodology?
The income approach is recognized by literature in as much as you arrive at a net operating income of a property and you capitalize that income by an appropriate capitalization rate to arrive at market value.
Does the income approach to value suggest that you look at 1 year's annual statements and apply a cap rate to that to arrive at your value?
The income approach to value.
Are you aware of that methodology?
The income approach to value, and I've said this before on the last property. When I looked at the income and expense statements for this property, I compared it to market income and market rents of properties of similar type, and I found it to be well within tolerances of market value.
You're looking at stabilized, when you're looking at market and a prospective investor in this property, that investor would want to know what a stabilized vacancy rate for example, this property would have, correct? Not 1 year's snapshot. Would you agree with that, Mr. McCubbin?
They may want to do that, yes.
Yes, that's just, not may, they would look at a stabilized vacancy rate and not assume a 0% vacancy rate into the future, correct?
Yes.
And then they would also look at stabilized, non-recoverable expenses rather than 1 year, is that correct?
They may or they may not.
Well, what's
They
your
may or
opinion
they may
about-
not, because if a property was vacant previously, and it has, a good portion of property was vacant recently, and it was subsequently leased up by a good tenant for a long period of time, they may take that into consideration rather than stabilizing vacant space into their analysis. Appraisers use different technique, I suspect, but they should all come up to market value that's fairly reasonable in terms of what properties of this type is selling for. And they should be able to back it up with market evidence.
Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Do you have any questions, Maurice?
Yes, I do. Mr. Chairman, I cheated a little bit here on the square footage. The city's at 68,892, although you said 68,829, well, that's all right. And the appellant that's at 65,713. So there's 3,179 square feet difference there. And if I try to apply the rate to the city's square footage, even with your revised figure, it's between 1720 and 1724, while the appellant on his different square footage is at 1752. So I think I've gotta find out how the square footage works, because there's quite a difference here. And if we agree on the square footage, the rates are basically quite close. Okay? Can you provide me with an answer on that, sir?
Okay. If we look at the reported rent roll, the reported area is 65,713 square
What page
feet,
is
right?
that?
Pardon me?
21.
Sorry, 21.
21?
Yep. I suspect that concurs with the appellant's presentation,
It does.
right? Because you said you look forward. The information that we have, and we have field assistants go out on a regular basis. We have to atone for each and every individual area for the units. Business taxes are assessed to those specific units. I look at the total area as was driven by those specific units, and that total area totals 68,892. If there's a discrepancy, we can go through that right now. It'll
Well,
take some time.
I'm
There's
trying-
a discrepancy, I do realize that, there's a
But
discrepancy.
I'm just trying to, so you're quite
Yeah.
confident that your 68818 is correct? That's what you're quite, because I don't know what the appellant has to say about that, so if you think it's okay, I won't pursue that.
I think it's okay unless otherwise proven
Okay.
incorrect. Again, Mr. Chairman, I must warn, not warn, but I should say, let's look at the overall performance of the property in terms of the reported NOI.
I heard you on that, I know that, but I still have those questions. I
No,
mean,
fair enough.
It's in the evidence.
Fair enough.
Number two, you mentioned the sale of 12,700,000. I know it's an old one, 2000.
12 million, something.
12 million? What did I say, 12,000?
12,000.
Did you look into that one?
Did I look into it? No,
Yeah.
the sale was a little bit out of,
That's on page 2.
yeah, page 2, the property did sell for 12,700,000 on April the 4th of 2006. It's 12 years prior to the reference date. I didn't,
And you
really-
don't
this
know-
is just for information purposes.
Okay.
I'm not depending on that sale in my valuation.
Okay, depending on how we'll sort out that square footage,
Okay.
it sort of boils down, in my view, to cap rate. You're at 7.15, the appellant's at 8.5. I'm just trying
No,
to...
Mr., excuse me, I gotta stop you, Morris.
Yeah, I just want to
You know,
confirm.
we're not looking forward at, he hasn't presented
No,
his
I know.
information yet, okay? So
Okay.
we shouldn't be
Okay,
questioning on.
okay, you're justified, you're 7.15, thank you.
Neil?
Okay, would you not agree that equity concerns would dictate that this property is allowed the same vacancy and shortfall and non-recoverables as standard properties in the city?
Equity concerns. With respect to properties being at market value,
Yes.
um,
There have been municipal board decisions, court decisions that said we have to treat properties equitably.
yes, we do. But first and foremost, there's the Legal Farms decision for farmland some years ago, 20-something years ago, that came out. And the city was, the city assessed a parcel of land at market value. The surrounding lands were not assessed at market value. The appeals court found that equity is when you properly assess properties at market value. The properties that were lower than the assessed value of the subject property in the Legal Farms decision were not at market value. Leela Farms, you cannot, once you find the market value first, then you look for equity. You don't look at it from the different
Leela
perspective.
Farms, I mean, we can discuss this till the cows come home, but Leela
It's pretty
Farms
straightforward.
basically says you can't compare assessments of
And that's,
properties.
exactly, so you have to compare properly assessed properties.
Well,
Not just assessed properties. Properly assessed properties meaning properties that are assessed at market value.
I mean, going into a market vacancy rate, there are some that are lower than that and some that are higher than that, so you apply market. That's how you come to what.
We're
market
here
is.
with the site-specific valuation of this property. I've told you the NOI that I've used for this specific property.
Okay, no more questions.
I guess my only question on a site-specific evaluation. When
Right.
you're doing a site-specific, normally we would take at least 3 years, 4 years of the records and stabilize them. You haven't done that,
Right.
have you?
I have looked at the records as I've said, we do a reassessment every 2 years. We have the ability to change our values. The information that was sent to us was the year prior to the reference date of April the 1st, 2017. I think that's a good indication of the performance of this property.
The model that's used by the city does a stabilization, does it not?
Yes, it does.
So why would it not be right to use a stabilization?
Let me
Why
back.
would it not
When
be-
you say that
let
the
me
model
finish.
does stabilization, what are you saying?
It uses different years and adds them up to come to their numbers on the model. They don't use just that one capture,
The model looks at the reported triple net rents
you know?
for a snapshot
Right.
with respect to the reference year. Yes, it does.
I'm good, Howard. On with your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. On page, so we don't seem to have a disagreement that we're going to use a site-specific valuation on this. There is a bit of a major difference on how it's to be applied. On page 3 of my report, there's a month-by-month rent roll. And you can see that the total is $1,144,000. You can see that there was a bump in March and a bump in April relating to step-ups and increases, which have been taken into account. The December number is $97,297, which is the same number that the assessor brought forward. So the potential rent is $1,144,000 without any consideration for any normalized rates of stabilization. Not $1,187,000. The reading of the statements is entirely incorrect. And part of this I'm going to present in rebuttal. It's my belief that the original figure that the assessor brought forward at $1,416,000 NOI included in the income a capital gain on the properties of $272,000. That's what I'm speaking to credibility. That's one of the major mistakes they made. Now they're trying to cover it up with all sorts of minor mistakes reading these statements on adjustments. A statement is fairly simple. There's a positive, there's a negative. Read the whole thing.
Well, you're gonna do that in your rebuttal, okay, Wally?
I'm starting with rebuttal. I'm starting with rebuttal and going into my report, because it's part of it. Now, I'll be quick. So the potential rent is $1,144,000, period. After that come standard allowances for vacancy shortfall, what they call other, and our disputed non-recoverable rate, which we are at 5%. Now, these aren't discretionary by any standard whatsoever. There is always an allowance for vacancy, whether you're full or not, because it's a risk. The investor needs to know the risk. You never do it as full. You always apply a vacancy. And within the multifamily world, that vacancy is generally defined by the actual statements because they don't break it down, but it's obvious that it's there. In the commercial world, we have beautiful statements to rely on, if one can read them. Now, this particular property had a very small vacancy issue in the reference year, true. But that doesn't mean that that's their experience and that's their life, nor does it mean that it's going to be that way in the future. If you'll look at one of their major tenants being Sobeys, and everybody knows about the Sobeys Safeways contractions, that's not a good risk at this point in time. So, but regardless, and I'm a member of the Appraisal Institute, we're mandated to consider vacancy, shortfall. That's in our textbooks. It has to be applied. There's the IAAO has it in their manuals. Every decision ever written by any body, whether it's quasi-judicial or judicial, has it. We can't just forget about it now because it's convenient for us, because we'd like to make a position. It belongs in every single analysis. Now, there's a slight error here. For some reason, our people put in 1,151,000. It should be 1,144,000 with the other rates on it. And I do have a revised NOI. It's slightly lower. After application of a 4% vacancy, $8 shortfall, 2% other, and 5% for what's called management, but which is non-recoverables, the adjusted NOI would be $1,369,000, 1,000,369. And I don't know where that start point of 1151 came. Well, I noticed where it came from. It came from a statement that were loaded with accounting adjustments. We don't care about accounting adjustments. We care about how much money is coming in the door. This is a net rent building. 1,144,000 is coming in the door. And there is no decision anywhere in the world, especially the municipal board, that tells us to ignore market value. Market value is based on application of all of these parameters. Whether they're, city calls them parameters, in my world we call them market, consideration for market conditions. So we have an NOI of $1,369,000 based on the actual performance and application of market vacancies. As far as capitalization goes, I've been looking through the data, and I did not write up this report, and I'm going to just suggest a small change to the capitalization rate to, excuse me, 7.75%, and this aligns us with the Collier's analysis for this type of product, and that's found on my badly worded adjustment page of 7B. Why we went to the higher end of the range is...
Sorry, which page are you referring to now?
7B, it's a table in gray, about the middle of the document.
That's
Okay, I find it.
It looks like this.
Yeah.
We are going at the higher end of the market. A couple of reasons is the issues surrounding Sobeys as an anchor tenant. It's not clear that they're going to stay, and they do have other products in the market. The rest of the tenant base is local. I toured this mall right at the time we appealed, and there's some very interesting tenants in here, but they're not covenant strength tenants, like a company that makes wild bird feeding products. I don't think that's the top of the market for anyone. That's just a nice local company. It's not a strong covenant. The access is difficult unless you happen to live there and you know how you get in and out. It's not what you would like to see in any sort of a shopping facility. The visibility is great. There have been issues over time with the restaurant's liquidity. It has undergone some changes. So that's why we're looking at 7.75%. That's a value of $12,907,988, 12907,988, rounded to 12,907,988 at 7.75%, rounded to 12,908,000. based on actual income. And I do have some information on this disputed management non-recoverable. And this has to do with argument and equity, but I do have several decisions made by the board where the 5% has actually clearly been stated. I was looking at my phone, don't tell Mr. Hutchings, but I have 3 orders waiting from my desk that say the same thing. 5% management is in there, including the one that we heard just last week. Mr. Newman represented, and myself represented, and there was a very long argument on it. The hearing involved our chairman, your chairman, Mr. Boreski, and in very clear language it says the 5% management fee has been added, or sorry, subtracted from the revenue stream. So here are more decisions on that basis, but they're coming in fairly fluidly now. This is one, and here's, these ones are a little more indirect in that they simply say, based on the appellant's income, which I know what included it, that's 2 sets in the staple. And I'll have the other decisions here before we leave, because we're going to be here forever. Some of us anyway, some of us get to go. But so this is the income that, and the methodology that should be applied. That's my presentation.
Yep.
Taking down more trees. Howard, you had some questions?
Is he finished this
Yeah, he's
presentation,
finished,
Mr.
yes.
Chairman?
He's waiting for you to ask questions.
Yes, I do. So, let's look at the cap rate first. You have a cap rate workup. Did you prepare this brief?
No.
You didn't prepare this brief. Well, if you didn't prepare this brief, I would like to question the person who prepared this brief, because he can't answer the questions I'm about to ask, Mr. Chairman. If this is not his
One way to
work,
find out, Howard, ask
Perhaps
the
answer
question.
ask the question, he'll let you know if he can answer it.
Okay.
I think I'll be the chairperson.
Well, that would be my objection to his concern. But
okay, fair enough. Well, then we'll start with the capitalization rate. You have on page 1 an optimal capitalization rate for this property type of 7.5%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you arrive at a capitalization rate for this property of 8.52%.
Well,
Correct.
this is a numerical approach to coming up with capitalization rates and taking each of the 23 ingredients that go into a capitalization rate and trying to give them weight. So yes, that's correct.
So, did you have a preconceived notion of what the capitalization rate would be for this property and worked it back?
No,
Or
not at
did
all.
you go through the analysis with respect to access, configuration, year built, and all of the other adjustments that were made to bring that optimal capitalization rate of 7.5% up to 8.52%? Did you do that work?
This particular work is a collaborative effort, and there are many people involved in it, I being one of them, but not something that the ultimate responsibility came to me for. The method used here is to consider all buildings with 23 different points, just to see how they rank up, because it gives you a good guideline of where you're supposed to go. There's too often in our world, there's people who cap really poor buildings at low rates. And what we try to do is to just at least give somebody a guide, that here's what you should be thinking about, and being transparent about it.
Now, to get to transparency, what would be transparent, Mr. Neufeld, is if we were to see the adjustments and the adjustments from the market for these specific 23 adjustments that could possibly be made. You've made several adjustments, and you said in collaboration with others, from the optimal cap rate of 7.5% to arrive at a cap rate of 8.52%. But where's the analysis?
Well, this
Where is the market analysis
this is
for these
called-
adjustments?
This is called a quantitative analysis, sorry, qualitative analysis. What you're speaking about is a quantitative analysis. So we do differentiate between them. I can certainly go.
So explain what the difference is.
I can certainly go through them one by, well, quantitative is with numbers, qualitative is with our professional estimate of the quality of these characteristics. And both methods, of course, are something that the Appraisal Institute embraces. So what we're doing here is giving you the qualitative approach. And now I can go through these one by one and explain the reasoning behind it. It's fairly simple, and most, if I can't explain it in this, then I would appreciate any sort of criticism. This should be understandable.
Go ahead.
Oh, certainly. Well, the ranking on these was done through a discussion with Colliers on a national basis, with different divisions, brokerage, advisory. And what we looked at was what's the weight you should give to any particular part of capitalization. And as you can see, that the four highest areas were based on the income and the location. Now, the other issues are deemed to be less important. Where we made changes was on number 6 was location. In Winnipeg, right now, the best place to put your retail is in the southwest. That's just the way it is, and not in Transcona. So that's just a reality. It's not a slur against Transcona, but the average net income in the southwest is higher. People have more money to spend, and that's where you want your shopping center to be. The access is a major issue on eastbound traffic coming into it, because you have to go to an intersection and turn it down the side street and then turn again into it. So if you don't know the way in, you're missing it. It's because it's located at the intersection of Lajmodi and Regent, and the access points there are an acquired experience. So it's great if you live immediately northwest of there, because you come in through the back streets. It's wonderful for you. But getting in from other directions, for example, from the south, is a bit difficult. And what that discourages is impulse decisions. So you then have a mall that can't support a business that thrives on impulse decisions. It has to be a planned destination. That's an issue in retail. The configuration on the separate buildings,
So let's get back to the access here for a second. So the optimal would be 5, and you've given it to 3. Again, I'm coming back to where did that 2-point drop come from? Like, do you just pick a number out of the air, or do you have some analysis to show? Like, because I could put 4 in there.
Well, if one disagrees with my analysis that there are difficulties to get in there, then the criticism is acceptable.
I
If
don't
you- if you-
disagree
if you-
with
if
your
you-
That's
analysis.
right, guys, let's, we have this, it's written right on the wall back there that we're gonna show some respect, so let's
I'm
go
being
one at a
respectful.
time and let's
If you
slow
agree,
it down.
if you agree with the comment that the access is worse than a good mall, then you have to assign it something. Now, if it's very, very poor, then you can go to 0, but it's not very, very poor, it's just not the best. So 3, maybe say it's a 4, I don't care, that's not the point here. The point is to give it a
So you
framework.
don't care, it could be a 4, it could be a 3, if to suit your specific slant,
In the
it
long-
could be a 1.
In the
Can it
long
not be?
run, the capitalization rate will be a decision based on more than just this.
Fair enough.
The point number 10 on configuration, I know there's a quote in there about separate buildings. I don't think that there's a configuration issue at all, and I disagree with this, that it's normal. So again, I adjusted the cap rate myself personally because I disagreed with that statement on people well prepared. Point 17-year build, well, it's not new. So it's just gonna have a lower remaining economic life, and it's only 20 years old, but it's not new. Now, quality and condition, I also disagree with these. I have had a chance to inspect it myself, and I didn't prepare this particular valuation. I don't think that the quality and condition is that drastically low. It's not perfect, it's not new. It does need some upgrading. I certainly wouldn't say 5 out of 8. It would be 6 or 7 out of 8. But on the other end of it, I disagree with the income stability, which is 22. I don't believe that this is a good, stable income property. The reasons being, as I said, the Sobeys decisions, a great degree of small-time users with poor covenants, and there's a restaurant in there. And that's not a good covenant, because restaurants, this is not a chain-branded restaurant, so they don't have great histories. And we all know the stats, 90% of them fail within their first 3 years. That's a fact of life in the restaurant business, so they don't give us good covenants. But despite all that, I also looked at the Colliers, and this would be a property that would be covered in our Colliers study, and our analysts consider this to be somewhere between a community and a strip mall, and the rates range between 7 and 8%, and I've chosen 7.75% because it best exemplifies the conditions with this property. I also, for your interest, I also looked at the 1271 Jefferson sale, which I hadn't even worked out, I hadn't even thought of it. I know that it's not a 7.4% cap rate because we have the numbers. It actually capped slightly higher than that, but what makes this one a particularly interesting parallel is that it also had a Sobeys problem in it. So that would give us our greatest degree of reliance. However, that mall also had AAA anchors in it, such as the Bank of Montreal. So that was my reasons on 775.
Howard.
I'm just gonna get back to a statement he made about a couple minutes ago. He didn't prepare this particular valuation. How am I to question him, Mr. Chairman, on the valuation of this property if he did not prepare this particular valuation? I expect to be questioned, and
Are
this
you
question,
questioning me right now? Is that what it is?
I'm at a loss of how I can question him on a valuation he did not prepare. I just doesn't work.
Well,
But we'll continue.
In answer to that question.
Hold on.
We'll continue.
Can
Hold
we
on.
pretend he asked me a question? And I can answer.
No, we're not gonna
We're in
pretend.
question period.
We won't pretend it. And we're not gonna debate like federal government either. Let's go back to your question, please, Howard.
We'll continue. So in this particular evaluation, on page 5, you have a schedule of retail rents.
On page 5?
Page 5 of this brief.
Yes, we have some retail samples in here.
We have some retail samples. Would you say that those rents and those locations are inferior to the subject property?
I think they put in the wrong table, but we're relying on the actual paid rent.
Oh, now so they've put in, so I can't question you on this information. Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification here. I think we've already agreed that we're both relying on the paid rent. So this line of questioning is,
Mr. Chairman, I'm questioning him on the information submitted in his brief,
Well,
as I was questioning.
Gentlemen, we're both at fault here. There's points for both of you to burn on the bridges. Let's get back to the facts. Let's deal with the evidence that you're presenting. Let's deal with the, if you want to put verbal forward, that's fine by us, but let's deal with the evidence and present it, please. Let's not get into an argument. Give us something to deal with.
If I can turn to page, if I can get you to turn to page 17 of your brief. $1799 Portage Avenue, the property I'm going to reference here, it's a mixed-use property.
Well, this is at the back of it. We're at the wrong.
Yeah, this is in this capitalization rate study, Mr.
We're at the
Chairman.
wrong page 17.
It's on the bottom right-hand corner of
got
the
it.
pages. Mr. Neufeld, do you know the age of this property, 1799 Portage Avenue?
it has 3 different ages.
It has 3 different ages. Do you know those ages? Can you-
Not offhand.
Offhand.
I think could be the 60s and 70s.
Would you believe 47 was the original? Would you agree with that? Or you disagree?
No, I think there have been some changes to the property over the years when the units were joined, so I've inspected.
But you don't know, so you don't know the ages.
I've inspected it and I didn't see anything resembling 1947 construction.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you know the age of this property, Mr. Neufeld?
I already answered that, I wasn't sure.
So you don't know?
I
You're
know
not
it.
sure?
No.
You're not sure?
You asked me 2 questions. One was, do I know the age? I said, no. The next question was, it's 1947, isn't it? And I said, no, it isn't, because there's nothing in the building that's vintage 1947, because I inspected it.
So you've been into this building, you've said?
Yes.
Can you describe this building to me in terms of its layout?
It's got, I believe, 4 commercial rental units in 3 buildings. And it's got a basement that's in use as a bowling alley. The upper levels are, I think, grocery store, a restaurant, and a holistic medicine shop. I forgot the other one, I'm sorry.
Okay. You've come up with a cap rate of 7.96% for this property, right?
That's correct.
We'll agree that this is older than the subject property, right?
Sure, yes.
We'll agree it's older, right? We agree it's, well, would you agree it's tantamount to a strip mall versus a development such as the subject property? Where you can drive around in the subject property's land and attend to various businesses there, tantamount to a power center of sorts.
No, it's more of a street front neighborhood. I don't know if there's an actual category. I would just call it street front.
Street front strip, would that be a good,
Street front commercial rental units.
Yeah,
There's
strip.
parking in the back.
and it's a strip, right?
It's 3 buildings in a row.
And you said there was parking at the back, so there was some land attached to this property, right?
That's correct.
At the back, right? Okay. Thank you for that. We have, if I can turn your attention to page 18, please, of your brief. 3554 Pembina Highway, it's a retail strip.
Yeah, that more closely resembles a strip.
The age of the property is 1980, correct?
That's what I was provided, yes.
Yeah. And what's the NOI for this property?
I don't have this. This was given to me by Stevenson, or sorry, Cushman and Wakefield.
But you certainly can calculate the NOI from the information you've given me here, can't you?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, can you calculate that NOI, please?
$101,400.
101,400. Based on 7.8% cap rate and the sale price, right?
That's
Is
correct.
that how you did that calculation?
I didn't do the calculation.
No. Well, you just did a calculation.
No, I did the mathematical calculation. I didn't do the
Well,
I didn't do the 7.8%. You asked me what the NOI was from this information. I gave it to you. I didn't create the 7.8.
Well, what would create the 7.8% would be the NOI over the sale price of 1,300,000, wouldn't it be? Or is there some other magic
No,
involved there?
that's the mathematical.
That's the
calculation.
mathematical, okay, fair
But
enough.
you're failing to understand the difference between the.
I fail on a lot of
In your wording, the difference between a mathematical calculation and the creation of a capitalization rate. I did not create it. You asked me what the number was, period.
So you didn't do this? You
No.
don't know what went into this 7.8%?
It was provided from very reliable sources.
Very reliable sources, okay. We move on to 5114 Roblin. The area is 15,390 square feet. What is the age of this property?
I have to think about that. Not entirely sure. I'm guessing the early 80s.
Would you be surprised if I were to tell you that the property was constructed in 1974? Or do you have proof to say it's in the early 80s?
I'm not entirely sure. I thought it was
So you're not sure?
comprised
That's fine.
of two sections, but I don't have a problem with 1974.
Okay.
Wait a sec.
Yeah.
1974? No, I don't have a problem with it. I just had to remember something.
So the cap rate calculated for this property is 7.81. Can you calculate the NOI for this property for me, please?
$167,915.
Thank you. And we're at 343 Lilac, the property just below that.
243.
Sorry, 243. Sorry, 243 Lilac. When was this property constructed?
1928.
1928. What is the NOI for this property?
$28,410.
28,410. Mr. Chairman, I have some dietary requirements, and I'd have to break for lunch right now. I've been without anything to eat for some 6 hours. I'd like to break now and come back in an hour.
Have you finished your question?
I've finished my question. I'll present the rebuttal evidence, but that'll take quite some time. Some time more than the cross-examination. So,
Sort of throws a jam in it.
Yeah.
as we've discussed prior to starting, that Mr. Carrion's gonna have to leave before a certain time. We've scheduled somebody else to come in after the break.
Mr. Chairman, I have some dietary requirements
Yep.
that I need to take care of, or else I cannot continue along.
Well, I guess we're gonna take a break and then come back. 30 minutes? 30 minutes?
I'm not
Just-
sure
and
what
you
30
can
minutes.
stay till about what?
I can, my deadline is 2 o'clock.
Okay, so let's come back. Let's take a half-hour break. That's enough time?
It may not be enough time, I have to go across the street to get I may need around an hour, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
That's not gonna give us much time, what is?
Is this room gonna be locked, Mr. Chairman? Can I
Yeah.
leave my materials here?
It won't be locked.
It won't be locked?
But nobody will be coming in.
No one comes in the front door though, right?
The door will
No.
be locked, the front door will be
We may
locked.
do the first one
Okay.
if you
This
want.
section
Oh,
concludes.
the first one was drawn.
No.
Well, we can't do this, so. We're gonna call this meeting back to order, and just for a little bit of housekeeping before we start. 5 o'clock, you guys wanna take a break if you're still here, or do you think you can wrap it up by 5? Or we can just carry straight through? Because we will be finishing, we're not gonna adjourn anything today. So it's whichever way you guys wanna do it. We can go either way.
I'm hoping we're not here after 4:30.
So am I. But we will
I'm
be,
not staying after 4:30.
well, we're not gonna adjourn anything.
You
so-
can't hold me here after.
No, I can't, but we can deal with the
I've got prior
matters.
commitments.
But we can deal with the matters before us, because everything's been tabled. And if you wanna
We're
check on
rolling
that,
along as we're rolling along.
that is the information I wanted to let you know about. Let's move on with, you said you're gonna have some rebuttal, we've still got some questions, okay? Or do you have some, you were done with your question?
ahead. I have one last question. for
Okay, go
you
ahead.
Before I present rebuttal.
Yep, ask it.
It's with respect to information he presented in regards to the 5% allowance. He has provided this information, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. Newfell, are you aware of any other incidences or any other orders where the board has not allowed 5% management in their calculation?
I've not seen a single order where they expressly denied it.
You have not seen a single order where they expressly denied it. Is that the same as, what does expressly denied mean in your?
Where they put it in their written decisions that they're not going to consider.
Okay, we'll leave that at that.
Monsieur Terrien?
Now,
Oh. Maurice?
I just had a question on the square footage. Do you have evidence on the square footage that is different from the cities?
Well, we took it from the rent roll, and the city entered the same rent roll as evidence. So I don't know where they got their number from, but
Because I looked through your documentation, I couldn't find a number, so.
this would have been,
Well, I found a number on your summary.
okay, well, we got the statements, and I didn't put in rent rolls as evidence, but that's the number we had, and the assessor did put in the rent rolls, and they did state 65,713 on their page 21, so it's the owner's information.
Yeah, except he did give evidence that he figured the 68,000 was the proper figure as far as he knew. That's his evidence.
Right, sure, and you can ask him about how he calculated and figured that out, but the owner, as required by the law, submitted evidence, 65,713, we don't dispute that. The assessor has it in his, reported it to us, I don't know where you can take that, that's the rentable.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Neil?
Okay, so I know it becomes almost irrelevant to the square footage because you're using the number from the rent roll, the total value of the
Well,
rent roll.
you know, if one looks at the plan area versus leaseable area, I inspected this, and I didn't see any upper levels anywhere, but the plan area is 65,676 square feet. So now we have 68,000 as leasables. So I don't know if there's a picture that would demonstrate that there's an upper level that's rented or a lower level. But there's nothing in the rental.
Okay, I have no other questions.
And I've got none at this time. So you want to do a summation, Howard?
no, I have rebuttal evidence to
Rebuttal?
present.
Okay. Then present your rebuttal evidence.
With respect to the area, Mr. Chairman, there's mezzanine space to the tune of 3,120 square feet in this building that's not accounted for in the owner because it was probably built out by the tenant. So it's usually in a lot of cases not reported. But it's accessible space. I'm going to provide rebuttal evidence on this property on 1799 Portage Avenue. It gives you the list price of the property. It gives you what, as you can see in the brief on page 17 of the agent's brief, what it actually sold for. And you can see the reported net income as reported for sale was $128,780, which in fact works out to a cap rate of 7.8%. I'm just correcting Mr. Neufield's information. The net income can be found in the bottom left corner of the page, where it shows the gross income, the net income, and the expenses. My correction to that cap rate is that it should be 7.8% versus 7.96% for this strip mall in a sense. We move to 3554 Pembina Highway, which can be found on page 18 of the appellant's brief.
Thank you.
And again, this is what we depend on for property owners to report the information to us, and this is the way we calculate cap rates. And we use the constant, which is the sale price of the property. And the sale price of the property, whether it be for assessment purposes or fair market value out there, willing purchaser, willing buyer, also substituting the current owner as a potential purchaser in the market, is what we use, because that's what everything is directed towards, the sale prices of properties. So here we have an NOI reported for this property, Mr. Chairman. We're going to turn your attention to the first page of the property, of this handout for 3554 Pembina Highway. We have a net operating income reported of $76,563.74. So we go 76,563 divided by 1,300,000, which is the constant. We arrive at a cap rate, Mr. Chairman, of 5.9% rounded versus 7.8% in this appraiser's report. Okay?
Could I ask you a question on this one,
Sure.
if you don't mind? Parking on this one, they crossed it out. On previous ones, the parking was in on it because we've received it before. The lot next door, which is
Right.
part of the same property. Should that 5,500 in parking not be included in that amount?
No, they haven't recorded it, they stroked it out, we didn't stroke it. Again, I do not tamper with these income and expense statements. I accept verbatim what they're saying in terms of the expenses.
So this lot, it's never been inspected then?
This property has been inspected over time, yes.
Would you not have caught the parking?
Me personally,
Whoever inspected it?
I imagine that, well, I can't speak for anyone else. All I'm focusing here on, Mr. Chairman, is the NOI of $76,563.74 after all expenses. And when I divide that by the sale price, Mr. Chairman, the cap rate is 5.8%, not 7.8%.
So you don't challenge any of their numbers when they include them?
We challenge the taxes is specific. I mean, if we look at the taxes and they're saying a number that's not a number that we can see in the system with respect, those are our numbers, we send out the tax bill. With respect to snow clearing, with respect to a number of other issues, we don't question
Okay.
those amounts.
I'll
Those
leave
are
it.
reported amounts.
I'll leave it alone. You don't question it, I won't question it. Next.
5114 Robin Boulevard, which is the next property, Mr. Chairman. It's built in 1974. We have a net NOI on the back page, Mr. Chairman, of $127,960. We divide that by the sale price, which is the constant, Mr. Chairman. We arrive at 5.9% or rounded to 6% for a cap rate. We have here today on Mr. Newthall's brief, without any explanation of how he arrived at that, a 7.81% cap rate. Next property, Mr. Chairman, is 243 Lilac. This property was built in 1928. It bears no resemblance to the subject property whatsoever, but he's using it as his cap rate workup. He comes up with a cap rate of 9.47%. We have income and expense statements submitted by the owner, and I'll provide that to you. Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Neufeld calculated the NOI on this property to be $28,410. The expenses exceed the total income of $24,000, going in the negative direction. The income alone is $24,000. I'm not sure what sense to make of a capitalization rate from a property like such as this, a 2,000 square foot older building just off of Gordon Avenue. But as you can see, the reported income is $24,000, and you see the relative expenses reported. And you see the NOI that he used to come up with a cap rate of 9.47%. I would have liked to see where that number come from, the 28,410, because that's certainly not what's reported to us anywhere near that. And that ends my rebuttal for this and all properties throughout the docket.
You want to deal with the rebuttal right
I have
away?
a few questions.
Okay, go ahead, question.
Verbally, the discussion of the mezzanine, you said it was built by a tenant, which unit?
I have a premise ID here, I don't have a unit number, 32437 is a premise ID. Actually, in a break, I can find that information out for you. Obviously, it's not documented in the information sent to us, and we come across this on a lot of occasions, Mr. Chairman, where a tenant has come in and built out usable mezzanine space or second floor space, and the owner does not report that, they just report the planning area. We're going with on-site inspections and occupancy of these various premises. I'm not sure which tenant that belongs to.
Is there anywhere in the documentation that shows that rent's being received for this mezzanine?
No, it doesn't, and that makes sense, because if the tenant bills the mezzanine space out, how can the owner charge him for something that he's built out? If the owner had built it out, the mezzanine was in place, and the tenant is occupying it, you would bet your bottom dollar that space would be included in the overall rent. The owner is just reporting the plan area to us, Mr. Chairman.
It says here that this is storage mezzanine, so does it meet building code for human occupancy? Or is it just?
I would expect it does. You did an appraisal on this property, did you inspect this property?
I didn't do an appraisal on this property. Well, how do you know that it meets it? Do you have personal knowledge or documentation to show that it is at code level for human occupancy, or is it no more than, do you know?
Whether or not it meets code, it's really not my determination, Mr. Chairman. I go there, or we go there as an assessment department, and we assess the physical space that's there. That's something between property planning and development inspectors and the owner. We go there, this property's been in existence for years, the mezzanine space is there, we assess it. It's usable area to the building.
So the answer to the question would be that you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the reason I don't know.
The first piece of rebuttal concerning 1799 Portage, what was the listing date on that?
The listing date was in May of 2013.
And what was the sale date?
The sale date was November of 14, so
So you're suggesting that in a year and a half, the income was the same?
I'm suggesting the income that was reported at the time this was up for sale. I'm not sure what went on in the building after it was acquired, or just before it was acquired. What is reported for sale on this commercial agent fault sheet is the net operating income of the building. An investor, a prudent investor, would look at that NOI related to the asking price and go, it's worth it or it's not worth it, and make that decision.
Did the average assessment go up between 2013 and 2014?
Overall, or for this
Yes,
particular?
overall.
For this particular
For
property?
commercial properties?
2013, 2014, there are always increases year over year. Some years are more than others. There are increases. To tell you what that increase amount is, I don't know.
So it's reasonable that this property could have had an increase in revenue between the year and a half this listing came out and the time it was sold?
That is true.
And do you know this workup, who did the workup? Was this an appraiser who did the workup?
I'm not sure. I'm just merely questioning your information, which you do not seem to know where it came from. You've had limited knowledge, if any knowledge at all, with respect to your cap rate calculations. And you can't show me how your NOI was calculated.
Sorry.
What I'm doing here is I'm showing publications and returns of income and expense statements with individual NOIs as reported to the city. What is the city to believe if we can't believe what the property owners are telling us? Do we make something up?
You, a few seconds ago, said that I couldn't tell you where that came from. Did you ever ask where the NOI came from? You didn't, did you?
In your brief?
You didn't ever ask me
In
where
your
it came
brief?
from, did you?
I'm,
You asked me the age of the property, you asked me to compute the NOI. You didn't ask me who made it up, did you?
I asked you whether you had a hand in making
No,
this.
you didn't. You asked me, you never asked that question.
Okay.
Let me rewind the tape.
It was your words verbatim, it was a collaborative effort.
No, that's for the subject property, not for this specific.
No, the
not
cap
for this
rates.
specific property. You were asking a question about the way that the workup was made for this assessment appeal. You never asked the question on the cap rate. Did you?
Well, I've asked you what the NOI of the cap rate is. Sorry, the
Why
NOI
don't we
of
resolve
the
this? Why
subject
don't you ask,
property is.
why don't we resolve this?
Yeah.
Ask him how the cap rate came to.
How was the cap rate?
I appraised it and I developed it myself.
You developed it and you praised it. Okay. So you appraised this property?
Yes,
Okay.
and make sure you write that down, because I don't know what help it's gonna get you. Mr. Chairman, I have an issue here, and I know I'm way outside, but I'm just gonna put this on the record. This is targeting. I've made a comment about doing an appraisal. I've had a lot of activity from the assessment department attacking me and looking for things, such as, for example, asking a set of appraisals. The little display here, this little show, is very demonstrative of what they're doing right now. Just want it on the record. Maybe down the road we'll find out there'll be another little strange action like this one. Thank you very much. I'm going on to my next question.
On the record, Mr. Chairman, my fee and my salary is not contingent on the outcome of your decision or the values of this property. I'm merely here to represent the taxpayers of the city of Winnipeg, providing the information that they have submitted to us to do the general reassessment. And when a property is appealed, if we think it's too low, we ask for an increase.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, for that information. And just for your information, we are independent of both you and you and you. So
I'm
we
not-
will make our decisions on what we hear as evidence, and we'll make those decisions succinctly.
5114.
On with your questions.
5114 Roblin Boulevard. This statement, month ending December 31st, 15, correct?
Correct.
What was the date of sale?
The second quarter of 16, it says here, you don't have a date, so I would say
after the
Q2,
period.
16.
Next.
Yeah, what is you, maybe you should answer that question.
On page I'm just asking questions right now.
Well, answer that question, because he asked me and you, this is not my.
Gentlemen, please.
On the master rent roll, I'm just wondering if you could look at the tenant Myrna Dreger.
Which page is that on?
It's not marked. Page, well, it
How
says
many
page
pages?
26.
Oh, okay, I found it, sorry.
What's the expiry date?
May the 31st, 2016 on this.
And you'll note that's a gross rent, correct?
Correct. At this point, are you trying to work out your NOI of 167,915? Because I would be happy to sit here and watch you with this statement come up with 167,915.
Howard, it's time for him to ask questions.
Yeah, well,
Okay, he's coming after your rebuttal, so
no, that's fine.
answer the question. Are you done yet, Rob?
Just one more, I lost my page. The last income and expense form you provided, that's for 12 months ending July 31st, 2015. Is that correct?
Is that for the property on Lilac?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Correct.
And date of sale?
The date of sale is October the 20th, 2015.
And to your knowledge, do you know who signed this, provided you this form?
Says C. Duncan Grant, owner.
So you're not aware that this is the former owner?
Oh, even better, if this is the former owner.
Were you aware, was my question. I wasn't looking for your comment.
No, I was not aware, but if this is the former owner, he should know the performance of the
Are
property.
you aware of the transactions that took place between July 2015 and October of 2015?
No, I'm not
Those are
aware
my questions.
of any side deals or any talk on the side, Mr. Chairman. What again I'm looking at, information presented, I'm not God here. I don't read people's minds, or I don't know everything that's going on. We depend on information that's submitted to the department. This is the information that's submitted. That's the constant, the sale price.
What is, questions of the assessor?
No questions.
No questions.
And you, did you have any rebuttal, or are you done?
He's done.
No, us.
Oh, commentary on the rebuttal?
No, no, yes.
We'll save it to the end.
Okay, so it's summation time now, right?
Yep.
Right, you want to sum it up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have here a property at 3 Reindeers Drive, which I might add is a well-performing property, investment category, investment type property. I'm asking for an increase in assessed value from $15,285,000 to $16,514,000 based on the evidence that I presented. I'm not going to go through that evidence again because it'll bore you to death, I'm sure. But you know how I came up with a $16,514,000. I ascertained the cap rate that was used from evidence received by the assessment department. I have cap rates that I've presented to this board on page 29 of my brief that show the relative cap rates with respect to sales and net income reported to the department. I've also showed you information with respect to published statistics and how our cap rates were garnered for each property. This property sold, Mr. Chairman, on April the 4th, 2006 for $12,700,000. This tax agent is coming in today and saying market values haven't moved. His value today is $12,908,000. Reference date, April 1st, 2018. I questioned the agent with respect to many aspects of his report, and he made it known to me several times he did not prepare this report. I can't delve in to the depths of discussion with respect to NOIs in regards to his cap rate calculation, nor can I ask him any question of substance that would stick with respect to his evidence here. He did not prepare it, and he's changed his evidence. I asked the board to increase the assessed value of this property from $15,285,000 to $16,514,000. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nadeau. In closing, summation, please. Short.
Yeah, you want it short, but no way. There's a lot of issues here in play, and I'm going to stick to the property issues. I think the statement is very self-explanatory. Both parties brought you the same financial statement, and both parties said that we're relying on actual income. The difference would be that the assessment department took a very strange interpretation of the statement. It was loaded with adjustments below the revenue line. Now, the reason why, as I mentioned earlier, is that this was recently sold, I believe it was a share sale. The former owner was Artis, and Artis then sold it to my client very recently. And the statement, best of my knowledge, is an indication of a closing off of the financial statement on this property, foreclosure on their books on it. And that's all it represents, are end of possession statement adjustments. Have nothing to do with revenue. And there was no investigation by the assessor on what all these, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars in adjustments on it. I believe $600,000 worth of adjustments on it. Now, that's not part of revenue and expenses. The revenue is $1,144,000. The expenses are approximately $580,000. That's all we should be focused on. And then there's the question of the application of adjustments to the income per standard market practice. I brought all these textbooks here. I'm going to read them all one by one. I'm kidding. I do have 4 good ones here. They all say the same thing. There's no room for you to make up your own valuation approaches. You must apply vacancy and then shortfall as indicated, and you must deal with non-recoverables. We've been through the argument before. I've got a few more board orders to hand out that just came in that specifically discuss the 5%. This is the method that's supposed to be used. Now here what we have is a brand new method. Never seen this before. Not only are we saying that we're going to use actual site specific, but we've changed all the valuation parameters. While the capitalization rate, of course, was developed using the old method, mix and match. Very mercenary. That's not how it's done. It has to be standardized. That's why I brought my lovely collection of books here. The thing that's particularly bothersome is that this is the first time I've ever seen this sort of a strange approach, and it covers all the properties that are on the docket today. And all but one, there's a request for an increase. This is quite abnormal. This is, I don't know what the right word to describe it is. This is not anything to do with market value. I believe there are other issues at stake here, but has any of you, in your experience, seen an entire docket request for an increase, all for one appellant? And This review of the capitalization rates, we stand by our numbers. You can see what the problem was. The assessor demonstrated what I was criticizing earlier, using statements from a year prior or a year after, doing a cap rate analysis. That's not the work you're supposed to do. That's sloppy. The IAAO, given you the standards, says what you have to do. None of it was done here. So they've proven, they've actually proved my statement that their work is not meeting standard and is loaded with errors. All of these. The last one on Lilac, I told you I was going to deal with it in summation. There was a sale in October of that year where a new lease was drawn up, and the value of the sale was based on that new lease. How do I know? Because I was there. We don't do this sort of nonsense where we have these mailers, and this isn't how we appraise properties. Hey, give me your mailer, I'll give you a value. We go out to the site, we interview the participants, we look at the statements, we look at the motivations of everybody involved with the deal. That's the real world. So what we have here is a very contrived, made up method of valuation that appears to be specifically targeted at one individual or group company. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments, just because Mr. McCubbin did make some reference to case law earlier, and I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page on some of this. There's one case that didn't have earlier, that I now have, was actually the assessment department is well aware of it, because the assessor last week during a different hearing made reference to it, and it's a case dealing with 220 Portage Avenue, and the point made by the assessor, this is a case that went to the Manitoba Court of Appeal. By way of background, the board may be familiar with this, but the appellant in that case, took this case to the Court of Appeal from the municipal board on the stated basis that the municipal board had overlooked the fact that about 63,000 square feet in the building was leasing for well below what the assessor said were the market rents attributable to this property. Said that surely that must have been an error. It was way underperforming in accordance with the income statements and in relation to what the assessment department was saying. And you can see in paragraph 5 of this decision that very argument is actually 62,000 square feet. The Court of Appeal dismissed that appeal and said that basically at the end of the day, the municipal board's job is to determine market value by looking at the totality of the evidence, and that's what they did. The reasons were very succinct and perhaps could have been better, but their job is not to simply look blindly at an income statement or one particular lease or in a particular year. And so what you've seen the assessor do in this particular case is do just that. He's taken the income expense statement, and as Mr. Neufeld has indicated, has incorrectly interpreted those statements, but leaving that aside, if you're going to do an income valuation, approach to value, this board has routinely stated it must be done correctly in accordance with market parameters. There was a reference to the Layla Farms case. The board is likely familiar with that case, and that was cited by Mr. McCubbin in defense of his position that we're just trying to do equity here. What Layla Farms said was that you can't compare improperly assessed properties on another site to the subject. So unless the assessor is able to say that the approaches to valuation on all of those other income producing properties, other commercial properties, was done incorrectly, i.e. we're using stabilized market vacancy rates and deductions for non-recoverables, unless you can say all of that was done wrong, then you have to default to the approach that this board has routinely taken, and that is you do a proper income approach to valuation. This isn't it. One final comment on credibility, because Mr. McCubbin went out of his way to critique Mr. Neufeld in relation to his report and his methodology generally, stating this is a well-performing property. Mr. Neufeld has changed his evidence. I would remind the board that the original assessed value is $15,285,000 in accordance with departmental parameters, which, in my experience, 95% of the time, the assessor will come here and defend. he sought an increase, apparently, signed off by the city assessment department to $19,852,000. What due diligence went into that review, I'm still very unclear, and why the department would authorize a request for increase of $4.6 million. And then to have that changed yet again in the course of the hearing down to $16,514,000. So if we want to speak of credibility of presentation, I would point no further than what has been presented to you, combined with the fact that we have 5 of 6 properties on today's docket with requests for increase, which is calls for 6 of 7, which is unthinkable in my submission. And I would ask the board to carefully scrutinize the position that's being put forward today.
Thank you. That concludes that matter.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a word with respect to this Court of Appeal decision that was just presented?
Sure.
Mr. Mercury speaks of the totality of evidence. What I can tell you here today, Mr. Chairman, is I'm here to answer the report that I was given with the changes that I made. Mr. Neufeld did not do his report. He said it time and time again. We could not bore into the information with respect to his cap rates. We cannot ask him, or I could not ask him, cross-examining him on any aspect of the report, because he absolves himself from the report. So when you're speaking of totality of evidence, it's a one-sided affair today, and I think the only evidence you should be looking at is the evidence presented by the assessment department. Thank you.
Just a brief reply to that, and I just want to remind the assessor to be very careful with how he characterizes the evidence, because Mr. Neufeld did not absolve himself of anything in this report. In fact, he acknowledged he disagreed with portions of it, and he took full responsibility for it, so let's be very careful with that.
Thank you, gentlemen. If you don't mind giving us a few minutes, let's shut down the cameras. We'll be back in a short while. Wait, if you guys can wait up front.
Okay.
calling this meeting back to order. We're now going to deal with 200 Meadowwood Drive. Read it on the record, please. Oh,
Thank
yes,
you,
Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 19-2128, the applicant is Colliers International. The roll number is 0800537350. The address is 200 Meadowwood Drive. The owner is DPP Holdings Limited. For the 2020 roll year, Mr. Chairman, the reference date is April 1st, 2018. The total assessed value for this property as it stands today, Mr. Chairman, is $13,002,000. That's split between two class codes, Class Code 40 and Class Code 60. Class Code 40 being $662,000. Class Code 60 being $12,340,000 taxable. This is a neighborhood shopping center, Mr. Chairman. It was constructed in 1980 with additions that make it an effective year built of 1990. Zoning is C3. The land area is 194,629 square feet. The plan area, 62,335 square feet. The leasable area is 62,335 square feet. Turn to page 2 of my brief. The owner did return the requested income and expense statements. As you can see, there's no sales history for this property. And with respect to the subject leases, I will, at that time, turn your attention to the income and expense statements. On page 3, we have a table of rents, comparable rents, with respect to community shopping centers and neighborhood shopping centers. Mr. Chairman, the original valuation was split into two for the purposes of accommodating the daycare, which is the second income stream on the property. And that value by mass appraisal method is $662,000. Bear with me, please, Mr. Chairman. The unit that's Class Code 40, school tax exempt, Mr. Chairman, is a unit that's 2,500 square feet in size, and if you go to the rent roll on page 16 of my brief, you'll see that they're listed at Sylvan Learning Center. Now back to page 4 of my brief. The original assessed value, Mr. Chairman, was based on mass appraisal parameters and mass appraisal approach to this property. You can see for the shopping center proper, with the exclusion of the learning center, we have a total area of 59,835 square feet with a potential net income of $977,864. We apply a 4% vacancy loss to that, and we arrive at an effective gross of $938,749. Expenses, including shortfall, deducted from the $977,864, we arrive at a net operating income of $900,827. That, capped at 7.3%, gives us a value of $12,340,000. With respect to the Learning Center, we have an area of 2,500 square feet. The actual rent applied for mass appraisal purposes is $18.07. We arrive at a potential rent of $45,175. And applying a vacancy loss of 4%, we arrive at an effective gross of $43,364. Applying the expenses of 2% in the shortfall pursuant with the vacant space that was applied in this approach, we arrive at an NOI 41,701. The overall capitalization rate used for this specific property was the specific part of the property was 6.3%, arriving at a total value of $662,000. You go to the, let's just have a look at the, if you look at page 7, beginning on page 7, it shows just the outline of the site itself on Meadowood in Dakota. Page 8 shows you an overhead of the subject property, and the other photographs show you a street level view of the type of tenancies and the layout of the land, so to speak. Income and expense statements were returned for this property, like I said, beginning on page 12. '16 and 17 shows the rent roll.
How come I don't have that? Sorry. Oh, there it is. It's okay, I folded it over.
16 and 17 shows the rent roll. 8 begins with the budget comparison versus the actual year to date. If we go to non-operating expenses in the middle of page 19, Mr. Chairman, you'll see total other expenses total $75,728. That converts to 2% of the reported income.
Where's the 75,000?
Sorry, if you look at total other expenses in the center of page 19, sorry, in the column under actual years to date, January 1st, 17 to December the 31st, 17,
Okay.
right?
Shows 84,000 there. Isn't it? Or is it my eyes playing games on me?
Are you talking about line, what's labeled line 6200?
6,200, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
6,200. That's this one? Where do you see the number? What am I missing? Am I on the wrong page? Well, there's expenses all. Huh?
Other expenses, and it should be.
Over here.
Okay.
Okay, I found it, 75, 728. Thank you. Continue.
Now, if we go further down the page,
On that same line?
on the same page, sorry,
Yeah.
if you look about 1, 2, 3, 4 lines up from the bottom,
Yeah.
it says net operating income of 824,067. And then it minuses non-operating expense to arrive at a net income of 223,304. Okay? What I'm focusing on with respect to this property is 824,067, which is the NOI of the property. Mr. Chairman, if I can turn your attention to page 6 of my brief.
Six.
Right. The capitalization rate that I will be using to capitalize that net operating income is 7.25%. And that capitalization rate was as a result of meshing the two cap rates from income 1 and income stream 2. You have the total NOI of both properties, and you divide it by the total assessed market value, and you arrive at a cap rate of 7.25%. That was the original cap rate. I will use that cap rate, and I will apply the net operating income of 824,067 to that, and I'm arriving at a value of $11,366,000, which is an increase. $11,366,000.
What happened to the 17 million?
I'm not going after the 17 million. Mr. Chairman.
That's the
When
total,
I,
that's the total amount, 11,366.
that's
Are
the
you gonna give
total
us the
amount.
breakdown on?
Right, that's what I'm about
Oh,
to
you're gonna
do.
calculate that?
Yeah, I'm gonna calculate that breakdown. We can pull that breakdown out now by using either the actual rent, and I suspect the rent for that property, the model rent was 1807 for that school tax exempt property. If we look at the reported rent of that, the net rent is $17 a square foot, Mr. Chairman.
Is that net?
That's net reported. The lease date, the lease start was March of 2013, and it ended at the end of February this year. So the model-driven rate I'll be using to recalculate that portion of the property, and I will use the meshed cap rate that I used to calculate the final value. So With respect to that portion, Mr. Chairman, it's capitalized out at 623,000 rounded.
So you have to subtract that off the 11,366, right?
So the remaining class code 6 portion would be, sorry, class code 60 portion would be
1,074,300.
10 million,
10 million,
74.
yeah. 10 million, 7,
$10,743,000 even.
is that it?
That is it.
You got some questions?
This,
Mercury has-
this in fact, Mr. Chairman, is a reduction, obviously, from the original assessment.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's the method I use.
So, Mr. Mc, that's it? So, looking at the notice of request to increase the assessed value, Mr. McCubbin,
Right?
Mr. Neufeld asked you similar questions with respect to the first appeal. Am I correct to assume that the workup to 17,586,000, that was prepared by yourself, is that correct?
Was prepared without, let me back here for a second. We are given these dockets, Mr. Chairman. We have a first look at the NOI, of the properties, a quick look at the property details. The reports are then presented. This happens a lot as it comes here. If there's an indication from that initial investigation that there should be an increase, we put in for an increase.
So the question was, you prepared the workup that would give rise to the $17,586,000 number, is that correct?
Yes, I
That
did.
was your work.
Yes.
And then, so obviously that is $4.5 million over the original assessment of $13,002,000, correct?
Correct.
And please help me then just better explain the process from there. You've obviously been in receipt of the appeal for some time now.
Right.
You were the assessor assigned to this matter. How long have you had this matter assigned to you?
Oh, this matter has been assigned to me for, the docket is today. I've had this matter, dealt with this matter less than a week before the actual submittance of evidence. That's this matter. I deal with many matters in the assessment department, Mr. Chairman, so I'm not focused on this totally.
So this was assigned to you about a week before the brief was due, is that correct?
Somewhere around
All
there.
right, so then you would have done a quick review of this and then determined that a request for an increase was warranted at that time, correct?
Right.
And you would have then had to then run that by your immediate supervisor, is that right?
Correct.
Is that Mr. Corfiant?
That is correct, yeah.
And what level of review would Mr. Corfiant?
I don't believe he reviewed this specific property with me. There are various levels of review, Mr. Chairman. In some cases, we go over the NOI. In some cases, we look at sale prices with respect to the properties and the submitted income and expense statements. Various levels of reviews to go through it.
So my question specifically was, I understand the general process, but with respect to
Right.
this property, do you know if Mr. Corfiant spent any time reviewing your workup and any of the information that you had on file?
I don't think so.
You don't think he reviewed it? So,
No, I don't
but
think so.
Ultimately, though, the request for an increase was sanctioned, if you will, or signed off on by Mr. Kelly Shields, is that correct?
Correct.
And what level of due diligence, if any, would Mr. Shields conduct prior to signing his name to the notice of request to increase the assessed value?
I'm not sure because I'm not involved in that process, Mr. Chair.
Well, can you explain then generally what the process is before the decision is made by the assessment department? I know Mr. Shields was here, is no longer here. You could ask him that question if you were here, but what is your understanding of the process that the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department employs before deciding to issue a notice of request to increase the assessed value in response to an assessment appeal?
Can you repeat that question again?
What is the
please?
process that the City Assessment Department, including its director, conducts prior to issuing
You
a
would,
notice of request to increase value?
you would better off be asking that to the city assessment and upper management. I'm not involved in those meetings, Mr. Chairman.
So you're not aware of the process then?
I'm not aware of the process at that level, no.
So you're not aware then if Mr. Shields or anyone else working for him would review your work prior to signing his name on this document?
I'm not aware, not aware.
And at what point in time did you come to the realization that you'd be making a recommendation to reduce, in fact, not only withdraw your request to increase the assessed value, but actually recommend a decrease to $11,366,000? At what point did you realize that?
At the point in preparation for this hearing, which happened about today's Wednesday, I would say around Friday of last week, given my workloads.
Friday of last week?
Friday of last week,
And,
yeah.
did you?
A more detailed investigation.
So
It
as
was
of-
done by myself, not
Yeah.
by anyone else in the department, by myself.
So as of Friday last week, you had come to the determination that you'd be making a recommendation to the Board of Revision for this property assessment to be reduced to $11,366,000.
Correct.
At any point in time, did you communicate that to Mr. Neufeld?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Mr. Chairman, we don't communicate on every level and every detail with respect to properties. I think it's incumbent also on Mr. Neufeld to engage us before these hearings take place, if he chooses to, as many tax agents does. We do actually, and there's been much discussion about NOIs here and reported NOIs. I have had discussions specifically and primarily with NOIs and capitalizing NOIs in properties with other the tax agents. This is Mr. Neufeld's appeal. I think if he felt that I was totally out of line asking for 17 million, he could have engaged me in discussion. How did you come up with that? How did you calculate your NOI? He chose to wait until today to get it out.
Mr. McCubbin, you will have received Mr. Neufeld's brief where he was asking for a value of $10,235,000, correct?
Correct.
Does that not suggest to you that Mr. Neufeld is of the strong view that your value of $17 million plus is way out of line?
That may suggest that, yeah.
All right. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Neufeld? Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Do you have any questions, Neil?
No, I don't.
Rocky, if you can make a presentation, please.
I'm just gonna say that we are prepared to accept the assessor's verbal recommendation.
That will be $10,743,000 for the
Class 60.
Class 60
600.
and $623,000 for the Class 40, correct? 40S. You got that, Michelle? You don't have to repeat it, I'll throw it away.
I was feeling sorry for Michelle, I just wanted to move on.
Saying you don't feel sorry for us?
No,
He never feels sorry for us.
we like each other great.
Gentlemen, let's see if we can continue. Do you have a recommendation on the next one? Could I ask you right off the bat? Let's move on to the next one. 2195.
As a matter of fact, I do,
Do you? Well, let's hear what your recommendations
which
would
is
be.
the other property on our docket.
Yeah. Read the numbers on first and then give me the rec.
2195.
Yeah.
Based on a further review of this property, Mr. Chairman,
You have to
I
read
have
the
a
roll-
recommendation.
You have to read the roll number and the
Sorry,
file
yeah.
number first, please.
File number 19-2137, the applicant is Colliers International. The roll number is 030629265500. The address is 2195 Pembina Highway. The owner is 2195 PH Holdings, Inc. The roll year is 2020, the reference date being April 1st, 2018. The current assessed value is $10,299,000. Instead of an increase in value, after further review, Mr. Chairman, I'm promoting a value here today of $9,244,000.
Mr. Newfield.
Perhaps we should get some details on this.
Okay. Let's go into it.
Okay. So we have a neighborhood shopping center here, Mr. Chairman. It was built in different stages from 1974 to 2009. The effective year built, the way it sits today, is 1995 to 2009. It's zoned C3. The land area is 167,318 square feet. The plan area is 43,272 square feet. There is basement in this property to the tune of 20,932 square feet, Mr. Chairman. The leasable area being 63,491 as opposed to the gross floor area being 65,804 square feet. The land to plan area ratio is 3.87 to 1. We did have returns on this property, Mr. Chairman. You can see the 2017 information was received on May the 3rd, 2018. The subject sale history, you can see the last recorded sale on the subject property was December the 12th, 2007 for $3,600,000. And January the 31st being the previous one of $1,950,000. I chose not to investigate these sales because of the age of the sales. I'm just showing them for information purposes. On page 3 we have the rent comparisons pursuant with the subject property of similar properties and similar uses. The subject leases can be found in the income and expense statements. If we go to page 4, Mr. Chairman. This is a neighborhood shopping center. You can see the schedule of rents with respect to this property. These were model generated rents. You can see the basement was assessed at $2.73 a square foot. And rents throughout the property range from a low of $2.73 a square foot to $21.71 a square foot for the various spaces. The total area, 63,491 is the leasable area. The potential rent that we estimated from mass appraisal is $820,745. To that, the vacancy loss of 4% was applied, expenses of 2%, and shortfall in the amount of $20,317 was also applied. We arrive at a net operating income of $751,840. The capitalization rate applied in this instance is 7.3% to arrive at the original value of $10,299,000. Now, with respect to the conclusion of value of $9,244,000, after further review of the property, the NOI used to calculate the value of the property is $674,786.
$674.
$786. Capitalization rate applied is 7.3%.
And that gives you that $9,244,000, correct?
That gives you $9,244,000.
Is that it?
We go to page, sorry,
Continue. Go to page 6 again?
no, we go to page 17 of the brief. It shows the actual year-to-date with a budget comparison. We have the rental income in the middle column. You can see the year-to-date, the January 17 to December 17. You can see the total revenue collected was $656,394. You can see the income that was recaptured for the maintenance, taxes, etc. of the property, including management, was $286,981. As we move further down the statement, Mr. Chairman, and on to the next page, you can see a total amount for other expenses about the middle of the page. Totaling $196,940. I'm not sure if you're at that.
Yeah,
You see that?
you put little tick marks.
Oh, okay, fair enough. You can see that's mortgage interest 1, mortgage interest 2, and a tenant allowance. Those were removed from the net operating income. To arrive at a net operating income of the property, after those deduction of $477,845, I've merely added that back in to arrive at a net operating income of $674,786. Yeah.
Which is exactly the total expenses.
That is the NOI, not the expenses.
You know, their NOI was $674,896.
Correct. Yep.
And that's the number you used to get.
That is the number I've used, yeah. Total NOI for property,
Yeah.
divided by the capitalization that was applied originally to this property. Again, I'm not making inferences. This is more of a site-specific valuation. As you can see, in the past, I've asked for increases. Whatever that number works out to as reported to us, Mr. Chairman, I'm using that number. I'm not picking and choosing. This was warranted a decrease, and I'm recommending a decrease at this point in time.
Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. So you're applying the 674,786 on page 18 as the net operating income?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there a vacancy in this property at any point?
I believe there was some vacancy. I'm going from recall here. The statements on if you look at page 15, Mr. Chairman, the total occupied space was 43,391 reported. If you add back in the usable basement that was not accounted for in this income and expense statement, you arrive at square footage closer to the assessed square footage of 63,491. They didn't report any, to answer your question, they didn't report any vacancy in this property.
As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the rent roll from 2015, and it is identical. There's no loss in vacancy at any point during this period. So your valuation does not then include any contingency for vacancy allowance, nor shortfall, nor disputed management. None of those?
For fear of repeating myself again, Mr. Chairman, the calculation to arrive at the assessed value was the reported NOI divided by capitalization rate. Everything else was considered in that NOI. And I would be as bold to say that that NOI is very closely related to a market NOI in terms of comparison of rents, etc.
Is your potential rent the same as your NOI?
The potential rent is not the same as the NOI. The potential rent in the original workup from the mass appraisal was $820,745 with inclusions for basement, which is not included in the statement.
What was the potential rent for your NOI of $674,786?
The reported,
No, what potential rent are you using in your calculation of an NOI of $674,000?
we have a potential rent reported. I'm using somewhat higher than that.
Can I have the number, please?
Mr. Chairman, I depended on the income and expense statements as reported to the department. Their NOI, and I've said this time and time again, is what was used in these cases to ascertain whether this property should be increased or decreased. It's more site-specific. The NOI I'm using is the reported NOI of this property.
That wasn't the question. I think our standard methodology that we see at these hearings is a
Well,
workup like this.
I think
So,
we've discussed.
Do you not
Sorry.
have the number or not? You
I
have
think,
not.
I don't have a number, I have the NOI as reported by the owner, Mr. Chairman.
Do you use a vacancy rate on this?
No, it's all encapsulated and taken care of in the NOI.
Does the
It's the
actual,
way the property is performing.
does the actual NOI have any vacancy in it?
According to reported here of 43,391, it doesn't,
Okay.
right? Again, I'm going with the reported statements.
Now, in the reported NOI, there are non-recoverables, correct?
Correct.
And they total, in this case, $196,000. And we, of course, see that there are 2 mortgage payments included in there.
Correct.
So without the mortgage statements in here, they do have approximately $58,000 in non-recoverables, correct?
Correct.
Now, were those included in your workup?
Yes, it was. The original net income that was on the bottom line on page 18, Mr. Chairman, reported to us was 477. That included deductions for the other expenses that Mr. Neufeld just referenced of 196,940. I've simply added that back. Those expenses are not warranted in producing an NOI.
I'm confused. Did you apply any of the non-recoverables in your workup?
The non-recoverables totaling 196,940, is that what you're speaking of?
Or any portion of them?
I included, that was a deduction to end up with the resultant NOI of 477,845. Those inclusions that inclusion of 196,940 was not appropriate to arrive at an NOI for market value purposes of the property. I added that back in, so you can see the numbers 674,786.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Those are my questions.
Do you have any questions, Neil?
Okay, so there is no express deduction for vacancy? Just-
No. It was strictly a calculation from the NOI as reported.
All right, those are my questions.
But you did include some of the non-recoverables, from what I got from the question. Can you point me to which ones you did include? 'Cause I see you took out the tenant improvement, you took out the mortgage interest and the mortgage interest.
Correct.
So,
And the 1995, which is legal fees.
yeah,
Sorry, and the owner's expense, which is 540, and the legal fees of 1454. So I included that.
you included what?
There's a small amount that wasn't accounted for, which is in 1995.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you still allowed over 50,000 in non-recoverables, did you not? Am I mistaken?
I'm just calculating, if you include the NOI, if you include those total other expenses borne by the landlord, the legal fees And the owner's expense, if you add that back in, or if you take that as an expense, the NOI is functionally $672,791.
672, 691.
791.
791. Okay.
A small adjustment to the overall NOI that I was promoting.
Did you have any further, no, you,
No.
we're done. Your presentation.
Thank you. I have two approaches on this, and we're of course confused because of the whole concept of the non-recoverables under disputed at 5%. So I have two different numbers for you depending on which way this is calculated, but we're sticking to the formulas. So first, a couple of things to point out in the statement. You can see it on the assessor's page 17. You'll note that there's interest income in this as well, and that should have been excluded. It's a small amount, but it doesn't go in a statement. Now, the actual NOI, and what's the only issue here in terms, well, there's a couple of issues. One I'm dealing with is this $54,285 as a tenant improvement allowance. So in my mind, we either have to take that into account on our workup, or we have to make an allowance for it in the non-recoverables. And I'm fine either way, because 1 year that's going to be up, 1 year it's going to be down. The non-recoverables in this case actually work out to 9%. So my question that I'm going to put to the board is you can either use the 9%, the actual, or you can change it to a standardized rate of 5%. And on the basis of that, the information we've provided you, page 1, shows an NOI of $536,603 on the actuals, which includes the $54,000 and includes vacancy, shortfall items the assessor did not put in. There's been no vacancy in it, but as we've mentioned before, the proper method of doing this is to put in a vacancy allowance to deal with it. Every appraisal does it, every court does it, every board does it. Every assessment used to do it until today, so take that for what it is. So we have the $536,603. Now, if we change that and took out the $54,000, but just applied a rate of 5%, the new number would be on the top line $674,786. Well,
Which top line?
Potential income.
Potential?
Yeah, that's potential, and it's, sorry, it's not 786 because I forgot to take out the
You
interest.
mean where the 616 is now?
Yes, that's correct. That's the alternate calculation with these non-recoverables not included, but an allowance made for it later, so it's either or. The issue with that, of course, is I didn't take out the interest income, so it should actually be 674,300, but we're here for the broad strokes, not for the little things. I haven't done that calculation. After a 4% vacancy, the number becomes...
Sorry, what was the net income that you were using?
Potential
for?
income
Sorry?
674,786.
So you're using 300, you said. You said 674,300.
Oh, yeah, of course, but I didn't, you're gonna make me recalculate that?
Yes.
I wanna get out of here. Okay, I'm gonna subtract $435 from that, so 674, 351. That's the potential, 674.
351.
351, and then with a 4% vacancy, that becomes 647, 377.
377.
After the 5% non-recoverable and the 2% for other, and that, I'm doing the simplified calculation, that becomes
602-060, and shortfall, I'm gonna use my shortfall because,
Sorry if I can hear that again, 602?
602-060 before shortfall. No, the assessor's workup has a shortfall based on the basement space, and of course, there is no basement space that's rentable, it's part of the greater one, and it's just, we're actually keeping the value higher by not putting it in, because if you have more square footage, your shortfall is higher. Like, for example, these aren't income dependent rates, these are just all based on the formula. The assessor's shortfall is $20,317, but we're gonna use $13,885 only, because that's the appropriate way. So my new NOI is 588,175. So that's a bit higher than 536, but what we're doing here, instead of using the actual one-time cost of tenant dealing with a new tenant or improving their space, we're saying that's a one-time cost. It may be different the next year, or use a standard rate for all the non-recoverables, as per the argument. 588,175, and I was just trying to find, I believe we had a recommendation on this last year. I just wanted to double check what that was on cap rate. It was 7.75%. And this is just, I fully respect that the assessor sometimes gets the opportunity to review his numbers prior to hearing, as I get to. So, and that's fair. So last year was 7.75%, and I think that's fairly consistent. Its problem is that it's a converted Canadian Tire, so the building does have limitations. You're still dealing with the design for something else. So our value is, this method is $7,589,362, 7,589,362, rounded to $7,589,000. That's up a bit from the prior year, which I believe was a recommendation, and I'm just looking for my documentation on it, but I'm going from memory. It's an old one. It's 2011. 2013. Well, I'm fairly sure it was a recommendation, because it was, I knew who I was dealing with, and it's a bunch on the same docket, and there was a change in the rent and a supply cap rate. No, that's not it. Oh, they had one from Marina. Okay, I apologize, but I think that was a recommendation from last year that we accepted. We're fine with being consistent with that number. Thank you. $7,589,000 based on a stabilization of non-recoverables at the 5%, or alternatively, if we accept the year in question only, then the number would be slightly lower. It would be 536,603 divided by 775 would be 6,923,909. 692,3,909, so 6,924 rounded. That's a one-time application of the non-recoverables or a stabilized one. Those are the two numbers. And it's, I mean, I guess my opinion would be we should look at a stabilized number. At the point when we were preparing these, it's not like we were trying to make a point, but you know, if the assessment department wants to change their parameters, they're going to have to recognize these costs by looking at the statements. Now, as the board has begun to recognize the 5% should be back in, I'm comfortable with that if on a standardized basis to deal with bad years and good years. So that's my presentation, thank you. Hope you have those numbers.
Questions, Howard?
The questions I've asked before with respect to the cap rates, I'm not gonna go through that with respect to the income itself or the expenses, I'm not gonna deal with that. It's fairly straightforward what Mr. Neufeld has done here. And I'll await your decision.
Neil?
No question.
So basically, just to clarify in my mind, you're almost at the same NOI as the assessor?
No.
Yeah,
We're at the same
No, I'm
potential.
sorry, you've used his NOI for your total rent.
Well, the assessor used the same potential rent as NOI on the assumption that the costs were all looked after. I'm saying no, you still have to apply a vacancy allowance. So we had the same start point. My end point was merely to add a standardized vacancy risk along with the shortfall and the non-recoverables. Or as you recall, he took out the non-recoverables from his calculation, and I'm saying we can put them back in whole, or we can put them in as a percentage.
And as a percentage, it comes up to 602 on your NOI.
That's
And your cap rate, you brought it to 7.5, and the assessor had 7.3.
No, my NOI came as a result of it to 588,175.
Yeah, 588, 175.
Right, right.
That was after you took off the short.
Correct.
13,885.
Correct.
But then his NOI, his cap rate was 7.3, you're saying 7.5.
7.75.
Oh, 7.75.
As we discussed earlier, we had a number of them, and I completely agree that investor sale on Jefferson is worth looking at. The difference being in this case is that this building's already been through one change of life, and it's an adaptive reuse. So it doesn't hold a lot of hope in the market for its next incarnation, which will probably be behind a bulldozer.
Hear ya. Thank you very much for your presentation.
So my point was just add the vacancies, allowance and the rest of it. Thank you.
And that $450.
Yeah.
It's important, that's a game changer.
I don't care what putting it in there. I think Howard's right, we're gonna get this wrapped up by 4:30. Howard, you're up next, 1631 St. Mary's Road. When you are ready, sir. Let us know if there's a wreck on this one right off the bat.
I don't think that's working, right? I don't think that's much.
I'm gonna try to
Temporary going for the water.
replace it.
Somebody drop it on and didn't take the cap off or what?
Pinch the hole in it.
Hmm?
That's a problem.
That might be the problem.
Problem's in the other bottle.
Yeah,
Somebody didn't remove it.
see, it takes an engineer and a lawyer to figure these things.
You guys wanna shut off the microphone while we're doing this arrangement or?
This has to come off,
Hold on, we got the lawyer on camera setting up a water bottle.
Does this sound
Just snap it like this.
That's got to stay on.
That's gonna be pinched.
No, that, you put that back inside
It's gotta
first,
go back.
then you put the bottle in. Then the lawyer lifts up the bottle, that's it.
He's getting big.
There, you don't have to go thirsty.
working.
There you go.
Yeah?
Thanks.
Go with,
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Bring your thing now.
Here's breakfast, this. Day before. Yeah. Sounds like my stomach. Oh, the jacket's coming off in a minute. Ready, gentlemen? Howard?
Yes.
Let's
Thanks,
kick
Mr.
it.
Chairman.
Water's done.
File number 19-4528, the applicant is Colliers International. The roll number is 0800-555-8000. The address is 1631 St. Mary's Road. The owner is St. Anne's Properties Limited and Vista Place Limited. The roll year we're dealing here with, Mr. Chairman, is 2020, with the reference date being April the 1st, 2018. The assessed value is $9,439,000. This is a neighborhood shopping center. It's zone C2. The land area is 149,383 square feet. The plan area is 42,981. And the leasable area is slightly smaller at 42,670 square feet. There was a partial interest sale on this property, it seems like, Mr. Chairman. I didn't investigate this sale, but partial interest back in 2003. Sworn value at that time was $3,545,000. We did have requests for income and expense statements returned to us for this specific property, and you'll see that in the income and expense statements attached. Page 3 is the rent comparables for the subject property, and they fall in the range of the subject property. If we go to page 4 of my brief, we can see the total area is 42,670 square feet. We can see the breakdown of rents for the individual units, with a total income, potential income of $746,949, derived from the rents applied to the various spaces. We've applied a vacancy loss of 4% of this property. We arrive at an effective gross income of $717,071. From that, we've taken 2% for owner's expense and a shortfall also of $13,654. Our net operating income, Mr. Chairman, is $689,076. The capitalization rate applied in this instance is 7.3%. That drives a value of $9,439,000. After reviewing the income and expense statements for this specific property, I will accept the mass appraisal value for this property as being close to market at $9,439,000, withdrawing my increase or request for increase on this property. The report, sorry, if you look at the property itself, starting on page 6, gives you photographs of the subject property, the building layout. It shows you the street view of the premises on page 7, as well as an aerial photograph of the subject property. And the same for page 8. So beginning on page 11, Mr. Chairman, we have the income and expense statements that were returned to us. With respect to the space for Dollarama, which is 12,976 square feet. I'm now referencing page 4 of my brief. That space was not accounted for in the income statements for the subject property. So it was not a fully leased up or nearly fully leased up property. So I had to depend on market in this instance. So when you look at the total rent revenue for that space of $675,879, it does not include space for a huge portion of the property. The space, Mr. Chairman, was originally occupied by Sinfatal Market from November the 1st, 2018 to October the 31st, 2021. They have moved out. They did vacate the premises on November the 26th, 2016. Dollarama's effective tenancy, I guess you can say, began on December the 19th, 2017. So there was a year that the value for that space was not accounted for in the income and expense statements.
Which page is that on now?
I'm still referencing page 4 when you look at what is now Dollarama, which was formerly Sinfatal Market. If you look at page 4.
Yeah.
Which unit is it?
That would be the 12,976 square foot unit.
And you say that wasn't represented in
That
the-
wasn't represented in the income statement. It's a huge portion of the building. I chose to go with market for that space. The space was not vacant for any length of time. A year is fair game for vacancy in a property like this. It's not going into a chronic situation, and it didn't. So there was no additional vacancy given to the schedule of rents as purported by the regression model. And that's the reason why I chose not to go after delving into the income statements more to see what was really going on with respect to the reported rents. Again, because of the tenancy was late in the year of 2017, Dollarama was not reported. I chose to go to market in the end with this property, and I am fairly confident that the model is doing its job in this case. Because the statements do not corroborate the value of the property as it stands today. And it's not at market. That's my presentation.
Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, one second. Let's start with your last statement. You said the statements don't show the effect of the vacancy. You know, on your page 19, there's a number, 661,000 for base rent. You see that?
Yes.
About 10 lines down, there's a vacancy base rent minus 116,784. You see that?
Correct. I do see
Do you
that.
not realize that that's the market vacancy that's been put in the statements?
We have the rent revenue as reported as being 675,879. We have the recovery revenue. We have the operating cost recovery adjustment, and that total
That's not
adjustment.
the question, and let's stop being so evasive, please. The statement, have you ever seen this sort of statement before where they put in the amount that they should earn, potential rent, potential recovery revenue, and then down the line, they say, here's our vacancy, our base rent vacancy, our operating cost rate, and our property tax vacancy? Do you see that? That there's $206,000 removed from the statement off the potential rent?
Right.
We've been to this dance before, and I'm just wondering if you see, if you
Yes,
not
I
realize
do identify
that
that.
they
yeah.
did write it
Yeah.
up as potentially full
Yeah.
and then subtract it down below.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so then you're basically relying on the model rent, or say the model itself on page 4 then, correct?
Correct.
And in your model, you apply a 4% vacancy, correct?
Correct.
And 2% for expenses,
Correct.
and $8 a square foot for shortfall.
Correct.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Questions? Neil?
No questions.
Where does it show the actual rent that they took in? That's what I couldn't see. Net operating expenses.
You look at the total rent revenue on page 19,
Yep. Total?
$675,879.
Okay. That was their total rent.
That's the total rent revenue.
But that's using the entire rent roll, as if the building was full.
Right. I'm not sure what kind of lease they had with the St. Town Market. They probably were recapturing rent up until the end of the lease. I'm not sure what's going on, but this is what they're reporting. And then they're deducting the vacant and free rent on the bottom of $116,784, and the operating cost pursuant with that vacant space and the property tax pursuant with that vacant space.
Where is the, on the back page where they've got their rent rolls, which one is that property? PD, person person. 12,000, right? That's where the Dollarama is, right? Hmm? Is that right? Is that the one? 12,000. No, it's not that one.
I guess we can go through the calculation of adding up all the individual rents, Mr. Chairman, on the rent roll, and seeing how it compares to that rent that was
Well,
reported.
It comes up to 42,368 square feet, which is very close to what Mr. Newfield's showing.
Right.
And it's very close to what you're showing, correct?
Right?
So we've got the total there, so who's got the rental roll?
Okay, well, if you look at the rent, as-
12,000 square feet.
we're looking at the net rent, obviously, and we're just looking at the rent before counts. So when we look at the rent roll starting at, say, the TD Trust, we have a rent amount of $113,376. So we can add up that column all the way through to the end to see what the total rent amount would be.
Why can't I find the vacant property that you're talking about on the rent roll?
And it doesn't exist anymore, it's been leased.
To whom?
It's all around.
That's what I said before. So it is showing up on the rent roll. Dollarama's got it.
Yes.
And what-
Dollarama is showing up on the rent roll as $139,419.
That's the total rent, 12,674 square feet.
Right.
So that's the one that the other store used to have, which they had marked at 12,976 before.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
There's 300 square feet, take a given nickel. But it is on the rolls.
Yes.
So what would using the actual rents,
What would the potential income be? Well, we can just add that.
675,000.
Did you add that up in total?
I guess I could, but I'm sure you wouldn't have lined up on the top. Let's do that. I'm only doing this exercise because you said it was vacant and not showing up on the statements. Did you add it up?
Yeah,
What did you come up with?
680,000, somewhere around there. And the difference is that Dollarama's paying $2 more than the former tenant was, which is why it's showing
That's why it's short.
slightly higher than the number showing on the first page. So it's a blend of Dollarama, actual paid, and market book amount. Oh, you know what, it doesn't have Dollarama in it, so what you have to do is take the old marketplace rent, which was at $9. So instead of taking $139,414, you would take,
Mr. Chairman, I'm getting, when I add up the rent roll, $736,918.
736,000?
And I only did it once,
Yeah.
so sorry, 736,918. Now I'm gonna back out the Dollarama rent to see if it makes sense. 139. Still doesn't make sense. 139. 414.
you want to add,
Let's do 597,504.
Say it again.
When you back out Dollarama,
What did it come to?
597,504. When you back out Dollarama in the statements, in the rent roll.
So this rent roll here that we've got is for,
So we have 600,000, sorry, so we have about $600,000 when we back out Dollarama. And the reported here, the total net revenue, the total rent revenue on the top of page 19 is $675,897. Like I said, when you add up the current rent roll, it comes up to $736,918, Mr. Chairman.
yeah.
That's the property as it's functioning today.
Well, the statement period, you've got to look at that as well. You have a
Okay.
2017 statement, the rent roll you put in is from 2018. Right? So you can see right in there, there were bumps. The first two properties, Canada Trust, First Impressions, bumped on January 1st. Sangsters, December 17. Dollarama, of course, went in 18, previous rent was 9.
That you can put in your presentation.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to speed this thing along here. It's just the number, the point of 675 is, includes everybody at the point in time requested.
Let's move on to Rocky's presentation.
Without objection, I can start?
You can start.
The statement is very interesting in that we had a huge vacancy in this property with the market going bankrupt, and so the site was empty for quite a while. So you can see what they did with it in the statement is they kept going at the previous amount. I'm looking at Assessors 19, it's the same statement I've provided. As full 675,000 potential income. And then what they did is they subtracted the Dollarama rent from 12,000 some odd square feet, which is $9 a foot. You'll probably find that number should be perfect. So they took it out there. So that's a 17% vacancy. Keep going down a bit further, there's a miscellaneous revenue of $55,105. Those are non-operating costs. I believe they were a result of some legal action. So certainly not from the earning of rents on the property. So the year, this particular year was a bad year. There's a net loss of $190,000. Now that includes $715,000 in non-operating expenses. So now we won't get into the argument of what belongs and what doesn't belong. Let's add those back in, take out the $55,000. The actual NOI with their impacted vacancy is $470,128. That's the actual NOI for this year. Now, we did not use that because we knew that this was a bump in time, and it was a one-year vacancy, but it was, it's been remedied. We ended up looking at the potential income, which at that time was $675,893, and applied the general parameters for everything, ignoring this big vacancy problem. Put in 5% for management, or we should call it non-recoverables, despite the fact that the actual non-recoverables were quite interesting. We can argue these things forever, but the non-recoverables on a statement are in excess of 100%, but they had a problem here, right? If you don't even deal with the landlord's work and the mortgage interest, of course, you take those out, we're still looking at 50% non-recoverables for this year. So this is a bad year. And when we did our study, we did not include this property because it's misleading. It's just a bad year. So in this case, the 5% we put in for $32,000 is well under what the actual experience was. So we work out, and of course the vacancy of $27,000 as opposed to the actual cash vacancy of $116,000. There be our differences. So as a result, our NOI is $589,783 on a stabilized basis in the potential rent. All of these problems that we're talking about, we're taking them out on a cap at 8.5%. This is a problem, the building's had a problem year, and anyone who would be looking at it in the reference year at the time knows we have a problem with a big vacancy and we're gonna have to spend some money to fix it and get a new tenant in. That's a capitalization rate risk or a vacancy risk. Either one is fine, but we're still gonna lead to a value of $6,939,000. The previous assessment cycle without the problem was an 8% cap rate, so we're looking for a half point higher to deal with the risk problem associated. As I said, the alternate calculation is an NOI of $470,000, which is $189,000 lower, or say $119,000 lower than what we're submitting. So I think that this is a fair method of valuation, and that's my presentation.
Howard, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, You said this is a problem property, right? And you've used a high cap rate on this property. And you're using a traditional method of appraisal on this property, but yet you look at the income statements for this property to derive value, is that correct?
Well, we looked at the income statement to establish the potential rent.
Right.
And from there, we stopped because the rest of the income statement was very, very bad.
So this is was a sort of a distressed property in your view, is that correct? Or,
At a snapshot in time, it was in distress, and I think that everyone realized it with the loss of the marketplace, and so when we looked at this, it was either, should we have a periodic high vacancy for this period, or just look at a higher cap for the period? Either method is acceptable to deal with a situation. It's a one-off situation. We're 2 years from now, we already know the numbers are going to be better, and it's going to go back up. But how else do you deal with the problem in our system? We're resigned to looking backwards in time and applying correction 2 years after the fact.
so to arrive at that net income, you didn't look at the market, you looked at this property that was having some difficulty.
That's correct.
Okay. Again, I'm not gonna argue the remainder of his presentation, because we've done that already, and it's ditto. And those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Neil?
Okay, you're talking about the vacancy being reflected more in the cap rate.
Yes.
But as the valuation date, April 1st, 2018, was it not leased?
A deal had been signed, and that's the beginning in February of 2018 that the deal was signed. And I don't think the move-in had been completed. I think that was a fit-up period.
Okay.
So, the last cycle, when I appeared before this committee, and we knew that the market had gone bankrupt, I'm looking at my numbers here, and we didn't make an issue of it. Matter of fact, I'm right here, I said, market canceled lease December 15, left December 16, property vacant, and then we applied a 5% vacancy, and we looked for a bit lower, but the board came in at 8% cap and did not, right here, did not deal with our market issue, with our vacancy issue.
Mr. Chairman, I'll object at this point. He's speaking of a previous cycle, which does not have any presentation here. I can't follow his numbers. The board itself says, let's deal from cycle to cycle, not look back at previous
No, I think the
assessed
question,
values. So I think we've established that this property was vacant for about a year, and it's up and running again, and he's used the net income.
so the point here is that we had a problem which has to be recognized at some point in the value. And my point I'm making here is, in the last cycle, they said, that's the next cycle's problem. Now we're at the next cycle, so now we have to address it.
Okay, no more questions on that.
Your rent, 1584. Did you use the actuals and take a?
Yeah, we just did an average of all the actuals, so 675,000 and all the units, and just gave you a blended rate. There's highs and lows. The Dollarama, the marketplace was at $9, whereas the bank, I think, was at $17, and then everything in between.
But the new rent's at 11.
The new rent is at 11, that's correct.
And it was signed prior to the April 1st, 2009.
That's correct.
The,
But we're not trying to split hairs here.
No,
We've got a big problem.
no, the reason we're not splitting hairs, but I come up with 736,000 and change, 737 the first time I did it.
with the new lease. But
Yes.
that doesn't reflect the performance prior to that, except for 2 months, remember that. And then we also had 2 other units who both had bump ups at the beginning of the year. So the actual full statement here is lower. It is, as they say, 675.
But the evidence that you presented at the last hearing didn't sell them on it, because you said they just left it at the 4%.
Well, right, they left it because it was a next cycle's problem. Because the way it was looked at, it had happened post-reference, right? Because it happened in I have that date, I just gave it to you. Right in my brief.
December 16, wasn't it?
Yes, December of 16, which is post-reference. So they said, post-reference, buddy, take it to the next, take it forward 2 years from now. So I'm just, you know.
Taking it forward, if I interject, if it's a chronic situation, then we deal with it. This is not a chronic situation.
It's not, it is.
And the leases that were signed in 2018 were in the reference, before the reference period of April 1st, 2018, the adjustments to the leases.
When we're dealing with market, we can't ignore this. And it's not, it is a market issue, because if you think about something else that was happening at the same time, is the whole grocery business is shaking up with the Sobeys, Safeway buyout and closure of stores. So it's more of a problem than just this little store.
But if we want to look at it that way, Dollarama's used to be a $6 rent. Now they're starting to pay the 11s and 12s.
Yeah,
and
finally,
13s.
finally, yes.
But they were much cheaper before, and now that they're at the rates now, we're having other places
Sure,
trying
but
to
at the
grab it.
same time, we're looking at the renewals in grocery stores that are much higher than are in here as well. And so everybody's is paying a little bit more for it. Not arguing any of that. My argument is that we have $116,000 net rent vacancy, along with the associated recovery costs. The place lost $200,000 in the reference year. So, you know, I was told 2 years ago, it's post-reference. It's no longer post-reference, we can't ignore it. And you know, maybe if we assessed every year, we'd pick it up 1 year and fix it the next year, like Calgary's downtown office towers on their permanent yo-yo. But we have, and I'm not asking for the full amount. I'm not coming to you and saying, my NOI is $470,000, give it to me. I'm saying, let's stabilize it over the 2-year cycle. We only had the problem with the 1 year in the 2-year cycle, not both years.
To be honest, I'm only having a problem with the rent.
Well, I think the rent's beyond reproach, because the actual paid rent is under $400,000.
Well, no, it's showing 675.
Minus 116,000.
That was last year.
Right, but that's the vacancy on it. So we want to put 675 and put 736 and subtract 116 for vacancy. That's the other alternative. That's what I'm saying. That's fine. If you'd like to go that way, call it 736,000 potential rent and subtract 116,000 on actual vacancy.
So vacancy was December
16.
16, what month? What year?
December of 2016.
16. Now we're dealing with 18. So was it empty throughout 17? Because they just,
Yes,
so it was
and-
2 years empty. Oh, no, 1 year. 'cause
Well,
it was just,
1 year.
it was 17 that it was empty,
Right, and then the new lease began February of 18.
February of 18. Okay, I've got no further questions on that one. Anything in summation, guys? Okay, thank you very much. You need a break, or? No? Okay, we're gonna keep rocking. Anybody else need a break? No?
Are these gonna be,
Hmm?
are these gonna be longer minutes, or we'd love to grab coffee?
Yeah,
We did that.
Sorry.
It's 3:30.
it's 3:30, we can still wrap
What do we have left?
by 4:30, if we take a 3-minute break.
Anderson and Portage.
We're gonna have a long one in
What's
there.
the order?
Henderson and Portage.
Henderson and then Portage.
And there are 2 long ones?
Well, we should probably, if we can't
Hard
finish,
to
should.
tell.
No, no, we are finishing.
For increase
No, we are finishing. Let's go, we're not gonna take a break yet. Go get a coffee though.
I can't.
You go grab her a coffee.
Would you?
You're a sweet. Go to the,
Two places, what's that one on Main Street?
go to the restaurant, it's still coffee.
The restaurant's up, there's also a coffee shop down there.
Yeah.
You know what, I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait, it's miserable out there.
Okay. Because of the here.
Well,
Hey,
I wanna get
we're
out.
taking shots at the chair from the gallery, I guess. We haven't got you sworn in yet. Let's move on to 1128 Henderson Highway, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
File number.
File number 19-4581, the applicant is Colliers International. The roll number is 04-000-436600. The address is 1128 Henderson Highway. The owner is Kildonan Village Limited. The reference year is April the 1st, 2018, with the roll year being 2020. The assessed value is $8,726,000. I'm not seeking an increase on this property, Mr. Chairman. It's a neighborhood shopping center. It's zone C3. Land area is 111,384 square feet. The plan area is 31,103 square feet, with the leaseable being slightly less at 30,659 square feet. Land to building ratio is 3.58 to 1. We did get returns on this property too, that is income and expense statements, and so we'll be dealing with that shortly. There's no sales history for the subject property. On page 3, Mr. Chairman, is my schedule of comparable rents, as I've gone through before. I'm not going to go through that to belabor the point. On page 4, it's the relative potential income calculation done by regression. And you can see the various units within that property, Mr. Chairman, and you see their relative square foot value by regression, which is attuned with market rents. We have a total potential rent of $673,576. That's dollars. To that, we have applied a vacancy loss of 4% to arrive at an effective gross income of $646. 633. To that, we apply the expense of 2% and shortfall pursuant to vacancy at $8 per square foot, arriving at a total net operating income by the model of $623,889. To that, we've applied a capitalization of 7.15%, arriving at a value of $8,726,000. If I can go to page 6 of my report to show you the basically footprint of the building on page 6, and then the other photographs with respect to the property itself, and you can see the various tenants. And this was of 2018. Page 8, that continues. Not going to go through the capitalization rate situation again. The INE starts on page 11 of my brief, Mr. Chairman. So we go through the first couple of pages, and then we have page 15 is the rent roll for the subject property. Has the various tenancies. and their relative rents. We have on page around the total rent amount, and sorry, we do not have that. That amount, I looked at it, it was too small. 167.87 that I was referring to, that's with respect to the Shoppers Drug Mart, I believe, sorry. We go to page 18 of my brief, and we see the income statement as produced by the owners to the assessment department. We have a total rent revenue of $627,342 as opposed to the model-driven rent revenue, potential rent that is, of $673,576. When we make deductions for the 4% vacancy, we arrive at an effective gross income of $646,633. We have a measure of comparison there with the reported total net rent revenue of $627,342, very closely aligned. We have a total net income reported, Mr. Chairman, on page 20 of my brief of $634,783.55. That is slightly above our projected NOI of $623,889 with respect to the model-driven amount. And as I've stated before, I'll ask for the board to confirm the assessed value of this property at $8,726,000.
Questions, Rocky?
Yes, so you're relying on model-driven analysis on page 4,
Correct.
and you've applied 4% vacancy
Correct.
and a shortfall and a 2% expense then, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned something about the statement NOI. Did you review the statement for prior period adjustments?
No, I did not.
Okay, and just confirm that their base rent revenue is $627,342,
Correct.
and you're using $673,576. For the city parameter is $673,576.
The effective gross that we're using is $646,633,
That's after,
which is comparable to the take.
that's after vacancy.
Yeah, after vacancy, which compares very well with the total rent revenue of $627,342.
Any vacancies reported in the subject?
There appears not to be, Mr. Chairman, as far as I can tell.
Those are my questions then, thank you.
Neil?
questions? Just one, I guess. Previous cap rates have been like 7.3 in that, and this is down to 7.15. That because of the age of it,
Right, it's like the cap rate for the other property that we just dealt with
or? Yeah, well,
within this cycle.
yeah.
Yeah, there are variances, and we did provide a statement, and these are model-driven cap rates for a number of reasons. And if you go back to page 9 of my report, Mr. Chairman, I guess the second to last paragraph there, the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department does have a wide range of capitalization rates, as all parcels in the city have to be accounted for. Variables such as size, age, and location will influence the capitalization rate applied in the calculation of value. So that's where that difference comes in with respect to the capitalization rate.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody's there. Sure.
No questions. Mark, you on with your,
Thank you. Okay, there's a slight error here in the statement. I noticed we use 634,000 as income, and it is actually 627,342. Everybody has problems getting people trained to read statements, and so I'm taking responsibility for it. So the number is, it's just a slightly incorrect. I should have started with 627,342 rather than 634. Our NOI drops slightly from 556,797 to 550,280.
5.5?
550,280. So that's the actual, and that's based on the statement and the rent roll. There was no vacancy during that period, so therefore we applied vacancy, again a 5% management. Now, what's interesting about this statement is they've had a fairly good string of good operating years on this building. Their non-operating expenses are only $3,000, which is pretty low for this because of a good history so far. We're still claiming that they should be 5% attributed for non-recoverables, because just because you had one good year doesn't mean the next one's going to be good, as you saw with our previous property under appeal. Now, what's happening with this property is, if you look at page 2, and there's the overhead view that shows the subject site, the L-shaped property. Now, the two properties that are immediately south of this are part of the same economic unit. Now, for years, we've strived to make sure that we have separate statements for all three, because just another problem we're trying to avoid here at the board. The property that's deeper away from Henderson used to be an office for EI, and it was been vacant for years, and it was finally demolished, and it's going to be redeveloped. Now, the problem with that is the parking issue here. We're not quite going to be, we were never in the past at code for the previous use, because the previous use was office, so you get by with one space per 1,000, and rather than retail, which is one space per 250. So there's a redevelopment at play here, and because the whole mall is affected by this, we have to deal with it. And just, the other property, by the way, which is closer to Henderson, is a restaurant. So they're at one space per 100 square feet with the drive-through. So this impacts the whole mall, so we have shared parking everywhere. And that's the problem we're working with. So despite that, I mean, I think the 8.5% is a bit on the aggressive side, and I was just thinking, I just made an adjustment. I think that 8% is fair and resembles what's been done in the past. So 8% on actual income of $550,000 is $6,878,510. That's $6,878,510, rounded to $6,879. 6,879, which is a slight increase over last year, and in keeping with the property.
The cap rate isn't going to be based on just this property alone, it's gonna be based on all three of them. They were bought together, they're gonna be sold together, because they're parking dependent on each other. One can't survive without the other's parking allotment, especially in our new day and age of code review. Thank you.
Questions?
The questions would be the same for the capitalization rate, ditto, as with the expenses. And the remainder, I have no questions on. We'll see what the board's decision is and we'll take it from there.
Neil?
No questions?
Rocky, this gentleman, is there anything he doesn't recover? I think,
Oh, well, it does looks good, eh? No, there's, it's actually showing a income off it. No,
that's
it's-
what I mean.
No, it's a prior period adjustment, and I didn't want you to bring it up, because, you know, there's always the chance people are gonna be listening and asking for the penalty. The statement is a little mixed up, the properties next door, in terms of looking after the parking area.
Yeah, but that's just the parking area part.
Yeah, it's,
And he captures that in that 12,000.
yeah, no, you've gotta read the statement with all three properties to get the accurate look, which is why we didn't go to the bottom line on the statement. You can see that,
Well, no, because his rent is just on this property. That doesn't include. the
right,
other
right, that's what the 627 is only on this property. But yeah, I mean, that's a,
But he
So-
he recaptures everything.
oh, it's.
Management,
yeah,
taxes.
He gets $6,000 more in recoveries than he pays out.
That's right. It's a little,
Yeah, but there's a reason for it somewhere, and I'm,
give me the reason.
the, oh, yeah, they run the expense recoveries on the whole lot. So, what you're gonna see is, if, we always requested 1122, 1128, and 1120 be heard together, just so we don't have to answer that embarrassing question. This is a very conscientious operator, and they would never over-recover. You've gotta, they understand that God would punish them if that were the case, because they're good St. Paul's boys.
Yes. But
But,
they also make sure they recover every penny.
no, but yeah, it's mixed up with the statements next door. There'll be under-recoveries on the statements next door.
But it's not necessarily gonna be the 5 points.
No, but, right now, no, well, it's only $6,000. I mean, right now, what you have is a situation where, if you take a look, there's parking revenue, for example.
Yeah.
And the parking may not necessarily be on the site, it can be on one of the other sites. And, this is just one of the dilemmas of having, three buildings, one economic unit, where all its life, we've had one statement on it. And then when the city went a little crazy on penalties for not splitting rolls, this is what we got.
But then your sheet of paper shows the 930,000 in revenue.
Right.
And then you subtract the expenses of 295.
But somebody, yes, I know that, but somebody
then-
went through this and did a manual adjustment to the best of their skills and abilities. There is no income made on it. If we had the other two properties here in the same docket, then we would add them together and you could see that what I'm saying is right. But, yeah, it's,
But I don't have them here.
well,
I'm using the evidence before me today.
I go to our illustrious manager of appeal, and I say, can we put these together? And they say, well, the city wants the pucks together. And I say, well, I got no control. So I'm under oath. I've handled this property now since 2003. Very, very familiar with the operation.
I've got no further questions. Thank you very much. And we got one left, guys. I'm gonna take a break. Yeah. You got your thoughts. Oh, it's good. That water. How do you? Visa, I want coffee. After. Deal with this one first. We are now going to deal with 2533 Portage Avenue.
Correct.
File number, please.
File number 19-2109, the applicant is Colliers International, the roll number is 07569136455, the address is 3533 Portage Avenue, the owner is 2527 Portage Avenue, Inc. The roll year we're dealing with, Mr. Chairman, is 2020, the reference date being April 1st, 2018. The assessed value is $8,497,000. The classification of the property is 60 liability taxation. It's taxable property. It's a neighborhood shopping center. It's for location. It's, I guess, just almost at the corner of Moray and Portage Avenue. It's zone C3. The land area is 102,567 square feet. The plan area is 33,673 square feet. The gross floor area is 34,629, and the leasable is 33,146. So we have three different numbers there. But the leasable is less than the gross in the plan. Land to building ratio is 3.05 to 1. If you turn to page 2 of my brief, Mr. Chairman, we did have a response received with respect to income and expense statements. In regards to this property, there is a sale on the property, Mr. Chairman, that was registered on November the 10th, 2015 for $10,925,000. It came across as a bona fide transaction. With respect to subject property leases, we will be dealing with that in the income and expense statements. Again, on page 3 is the rent schedule that I have in regards to these types of properties, and these are the comparable rents. You've seen them before. On page 4 of my brief, you can see the resultant effect of the potential rent with regards to regression for the various units. The potential rent is $657,059. To that, a vacancy loss of 4% was deducted, arriving at an effective gross income of $630,777. Expenses were 2%, shortfall was 8%, pursuant with the vacant space. With those deductions, the model-driven NOI is $607,554. The overall capitalization rate applied was 7.15%. If we go to the income and expense, first of all, if we go to page 6 of my brief, and we can look at the basic layout of the buildings on site. And on page 7 shows you an aerial photograph and the various tenancies throughout that investment. And that continues on page 8. Not going to get into the cap rate information or the other expense information. We have reported on this property with respect to the NOI. That can be found on page 17 of my brief, Mr. Chairman. The net operating income reported was $679,414. That's the second to last number on the line there before the actual non-operating expense was deducted, which if you turn to the following, the page 18, you will see it brings the NOI down to 487 for the non-operating expenses. I've taken the NOI of this property as reported and capitalized the NOI at 7.15%, arriving at a value of $9,502,000. $502,000 at this moment. And I'm asking for an increase in this property from $8,497,000 to $9,502,000. We do have a sale registered prior to the reference date of $10,925,000. As you can see, I'm not chasing the sale on this, and that's my presentation.
I'm sorry. You're off if I went back. Questions? Mr. Newfeld?
Just one, let me have just 1 second. Okay. So the calculation to reach $9,502,000, can you just tell me how that came about?
It was as a result of using 679,414 as an NOI.
679,414
divided by a cap, using and utilizing a cap rate of 7.15%.
7.15. And
Yeah.
the 679, I think that comes from the statement, the second last entry under net income summary.
Yeah, before other expenses with respect to the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you, so you're not then including the legal expenses, owner's expenses, $7,000 in legal, and $4,600 in owner's expenses?
Just
You're not using that, right? Because that's part of the not operating income.
that's correct.
Non-operating income. The
That's
net
correct.
income is actually $487,000 with those and the mortgage interest in, correct?
Correct.
So they have $12,000 non-mortgage expenses, which you've not considered.
Correct.
Okay. And going up on this row to line 4501.
45. Line 4501.
That's $8,831 of interest income, so you've included that then.
Sorry, which line are you referring to again?
It's on page 16.
4101, the second line.
4501.
Sorry.
4501, you said 4101.
Oh, for
Yeah,
the
that's
box,
what you said,
45.
45, I was looking in the wrong area, sorry. So 4501,
Right, interest
Right.
income.
interest income, 8,831.
So that's included in your number then?
Yep.
Okay. Is that something that's covered by the Act?
What's covered by the Act is that we assess property at market value, and I think I've done it in this case, and we'll see what it
With interest
does.
income?
The Act doesn't define specifics with respect to the financial statements, it just directs us to market values of the specific
So
acres.
I take it that you're moving back to your concept of pursuing what's you deem to be a site-specific
In
valuation?
this case, yes, as you can see, because I'm using an NOI from a statement and capitalizing that statement, and I think my number is reasonable.
All right, now, in this particular statement, did you calculate what their vacancy was?
No, it was already calculated, we've had this discussion before, that would already have been
Well,
taken.
it's, the lines above,
Yeah.
4,100 and 4,123.
Right,
It's a 0.4%, correct?
right.
So in this case, 0.4% is what you applied rather than the 4%.
I guess you could say that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the shortfall on this property is the operating costs and property taxes here, which is $1,554. Adding 733 and 821 together, that's 1,554. Rather than a market rate on your first workup, which would have been $10,607 then.
Yeah, I think we get the gist of the situation of where my NOI is coming from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to quantify the differences.
Sure.
Sorry, you didn't have some questions about this methodology that you had asked before. I know we asked this question earlier, but I just want to ask it again. This methodology you're using, can you tell us if it's been recognized by any body whatsoever? And body, by body, I meant entity of any sort? Company? Ruling-making people? I don't know.
It's the methodology I'm using here today, using the financial statements. Is it recognized by appraisal technique? What I've done, yes, it is, in some degree. I've looked at the net operating income of this property. I've backed it out and I've looked at what potential rents are coming in at. And I've looked at the way this property is performing based on the income and expense statements. And it is performing at a market scenario with respect to rents and expenses. So I'm taking the reported NOI and using that as market.
Okay, well, I think we've been over this ground, so that should be the end of my questions, unless Mr. Murphy.
I think any questions I have would be repetitive of what I've asked the assessor earlier in terms of using stabilized vacancy as opposed to snapshot
Oh,
in time.
sorry, no, there was another question. Right. You reported a sale here. Now, are you aware of the assessment history of this property? That it's two titled properties that were forcibly merged in 2018?
Yes, I'm aware that there was a merge on this property.
So you're listing a sale here. Is that for one property, two properties, or all three?
It's
in the area?
Both properties,
Not all
as
three?
far as I know.
Oh, why is it reported as one?
I'm not sure. The registration date and the registration,
There are two. How many title numbers, to your knowledge, are on this?
oh, I don't know. I don't have that information in front of me. I generally don't have the title numbers, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I do.
So you're putting in evidence now, or are you gonna wait your turn?
I'm just asking if,
Well, I don't have them in front of me, so I can't make a judgment on them.
here, I'll just let you see it in my file.
I'll just,
Yeah. Michelle wants to do this.
I want to get up and walk anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see see that, that this was a forcible merger in 2018, and there were actually 3 different survey lots, and I can confirm that there's 2 different titles involved.
You're speaking of the legal description. I don't see the titles on this property. I see like, yeah, there are 3 parts to a legal description of this property. I don't see any title numbers unless I'm reading this wrong. No, I don't see any title numbers.
All right, well, I can get there. I have some previous assessment notices.
Mr. Chairman, I will just warn you, as I warned you earlier, I'm not staying past 4:30. I have a previous commitment, so we can come back and hear the rest of this
We're
property.
doing good.
And
We'll
it's-
wait.
Yeah.
I have assessment notices from 2015 actually indicating
Okay.
4 title numbers. So you see the 4 title numbers?
I see 1, 2, 3 on this page. Yeah, I see the 4 title numbers, yeah.
So again, the, property, you're calling it a sale. Did you have any details? Can you reconcile that we have 4 different title numbers associated with two properties, 2 assessment properties, and you're saying that there's 1 sale? So I'm just wondering, you didn't reconcile this?
What I reconcile, Mr. Chairman, is attached to this roll number and this property is a sale price, as I've stated, of $10,925,000 as of November the 10th, 2015. I didn't reconcile any of this information here. This is his information there.
And you are aware that there's a 3rd property not owned by this company immediately to the east, the Boston Pizza outlet that was sold at the same time?
Right?
So we don't know if this is 1, 2, or 3 because you haven't provided that information.
I provided information. I'll let the board make the decision on the information that they have here today. And we'll choose to do whatever we choose to do
So
after
sorry,
the decision is made.
that was the only question I wanted to know.
The only question you got?
Only, that's the last one I have, not the only.
Or you got another question?
No,
You done?
sorry.
Neil, got a question?
Yep.
Okay, this, I'm familiar with this particular lot, shopping center. Parking is at a premium in this center, would you not agree?
Yeah, the parking lot is fairly full all the time, yeah.
Yeah, but probably because the Boston Pizza doesn't have enough spots of its own, so it overflows down the hallway, so.
Yeah, you don't know where you can walk this. The properties don't have any dividing
Yeah.
line in a
So do you
sense.
think that would affect your cap value on the property then?
Nope.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't think it'll affect it. I think a cap rate of
7.15.
7.15 for this property in this area, and the estimated potential income versus the reported net operating income of $679,414. Those are facts.
Okay.
I suspect you'll make your decision based on your knowledge of this property and not on my, the information
We'll
that I
make it on
presented
the
here.
evidence presented
Well, you just
today.
said that you have knowledge of this property and you're putting in evidence, so go right ahead.
You gotta remember, there's pictures right in front of us, it shows how big the parking lot is, so you've already presented the evidence. Rocky, on with your show, I got no questions.
Thank you. The sale is incorrect. There were three sales, to my knowledge, involved, and the purchaser of two of these was, so I don't have the full details on it, but the purchaser purchased the shopping center, and at the same time, I think the Boston Pizza was sold to somebody else. But that's not part of our concern over value, because one sale doesn't a market make. And this property, I'm going through the statements, and this is, like I'm actually always a bit embarrassed when we have to make a revision to our values, but I'm reading the statements, and I noticed that there's a couple of problems with what we even reported. In that,
We were close to 658.
yeah, it was close. Okay, I see why we'll be dead. The statement contains, as I was asking the assessor, other income, such as the interest income, and the $654,000 is the base rent. They did take a small vacancy allowance, and then there's the sign rent for $9,000. So the net that they're declaring is $658.
925.
Right, and we have 653, 239. Now, I'm just gonna tell you where I got that from. I hope this works out here. We had the, page 3, we had the rent roll, and we had rent charges of $51,657 per month. That's 619, and then there were some oh, I see we had vacant space in there. That's why it didn't fully pop out that way. Okay. I think we could probably do with a small adjustment in our income to a higher amount, and based on that number, would be 654, 220 plus 9120. So potential rent is actually 663, 340. So it's $10,000 higher. And I'm just working it down. To an NOI, sorry, I'm just stupid here, 636, 806. Yeah, so my revised NOI is 581, 622, 581, 622. And that's the actuals, using 654 in base rent and 9120 in sign rent. Then with a market standard 4% vacancy rate, 2% for other, $8 shortfall, and then 5% non-recoverables, my NOI then becomes the 581,622. Now, in regard to capitalization rate issues, I was just looking for an old picture to show you the biggest one. They have this best, this is just for purposes of illustration of the problem. This is from before the rules were forcibly merged, and it shows pretty good detail what the major problem is with the titles. Now, just because the city wants to merge a role, that doesn't mean that it makes everything legal and easy to do. The lot line for the westernmost parcel cuts through the store and takes in, doesn't account for 6 feet of the liquor commission, which is on the other title lot. So we have, now for assessment purposes, I guess nobody cares because it doesn't hurt them as long as it's the same owner. But for marketing purposes, it does. What it means is they're married to each other in terms of selling them. They have to be sold as one economic unit. So it's a forced issue. So if one site has a good point and the other has a bad point, they're all put together and dealt with as one. I don't know, do you want to see this picture from the old report? I just thought it was interesting because Mr. McCubbin wrote it, and I was thinking about he couldn't remember his previous dealings with it. I'm not trying to be funny here, but I just picked this out at random. So that's one issue with it. The other is the very tight parking on it, and I think that it would be up towards the higher end of our range. Not necessarily at 8.5%. In previous years, I think it was generally recognized as being a bit of an issue. So what we had done was recalculated that at, sorry, I just had to get my phone back out of here. The 581,622 at 7.75%, which is at the upper end of our rate for this style of building, is 7,504,812.
Repeat.
7504812, rounded to 77505.
7,505.
Yes. Other than the issues I mentioned, I think that it's a fairly well-located mall with good access. I think the problem is that once you get on the lot, it's a bit too tight with the liquor commission and shoppers both drawing cars at the same time of day. And the spillover parking from Boston Pizza, who just assume they can park wherever they want, is a problem. And like I said, the very, very interesting legal split in the property. So when they did this, they were expanding and connecting the liquor store to the building next door and straddling the property lines. So the property titles have not been merged, just the assessment. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Questions?
No questions.
Questions, Neil?
No questions.
And I've got no questions. Thank you very much for your presentation, gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
That concludes today.
On time, on budget.
Shut her down.
On time, on budget.
On time, on budget. Just like a bridge, I got to tell you.
Yeah.